siyaqhatha kakhulu apho kulo njengoba sisenza siqhayisa ke phofu sisenzela abo bazawuthi bangazi bemane bebuza uba bebesithini na. Kodwa ke, be that as it may, we will also be understanding. It looks like now we are about to
Established in 2005 as a result of a complex merger, Walter Sisulu University has now positioned itself as an institution of higher learning that is committing itself to harnessing socio-economic, cultural, and ideational assets within the Eastern Cape context, expanding to an African context, and is daring enough to touch the international shores.
Walter Sisulu is the biggest university in the Eastern Cape. We have approximately 30,000 students, 500 academics, and 900 support staff. Over the years, we have strengthened our identity and become a university of access.
To now becoming an institution, pursuing excellence through its commitment to creating and implementing an empowering curriculum.
Walter Sisulu University has carefully designed student development initiatives that ensure that WSU graduates are able to access the highest echelons of society. In our unique position, being part of a culturally strong environment, we strive for every student to express their identity and color this university Africa.
An African university that embraces the world and is never too shy to introduce its culture.
Welcome to Walter Sisulu University.
Welcome to Walter Sisulu University.
Welcome to Walter Sisulu University. Welcome to Walter Sisulu University, a university in pursuit of excellence.
Thank you very much. With the singing of the national anthem, it's a clear indication That being the case though, we've lived in very interesting and very trying times. And not only in this university, but in the country as a whole, we've had a situation where we've had people dying of this unexpected disease, the COVID-19. To those who have left us, can we have a moment's silence and stand up and do that honor? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us in our tables will have one of these two, either the program or the bigger program. It is containing the sequence of events that will be happening here, that is who will be speaking after whom. You will immediately realize though that we are supposed to be welcomed by none other than the Honorable Premier of this province, Honorable Oscar Mabuyane. Unfortunately, the Premier will not be with us, but it doesn't mean then that the event, you will not be welcome. Our host, Advocate Nguga Intobi, as the chairperson of the convocation, the president of the convocation, I'm sorry, and the chairperson of council will do the honor. He is our own luminary as well. Probably as things go forward, we will soon be having an event of this nature where he will be honored. Mr. Advocate Nguga Intobi, welcome us. Thank you.
Mandibulise. Ndivuye nento okubana kugcwele kangaka kweli holo. Sidala igqibelayo lokwelolo ndisafunda. Sasihlala apha ke thina siplot into ze-SRC neSASCO ngelo xesha. Andiyazi ke namhlanje uba kuplotwa ntoni apha. Kodwa ingathi izinto zitshintshile kuhle ngoku ndibona le kwaya. Yanithanda man, xa ndinijongile apho ndinithanda ukufa. Into yobana xa le university seyiproduce abantu abanje. Ndithanda naleya sasikade sine-U-Council thina. Yintoni igama lenu? Aniyo Cultural Society? Aniyo? Yintoni igama lenu? Aninagama? Ye madoda. Hayi ke ndanithiya ke namhlanje. Ndithi niyi-Walter Sisulu Cultural Society. Ukusuka namhlanje. And then ke le aba baphethe iziginci ezikhulu. Yintoni lena igama? Yo. Hayi kumbi. Yevisi abantwana bakho abanamagama. Awubathiyanga amagama. Funeka bethiwe amagama ke. Ndiyayithanda ke le nto beniyenza apha. Ufika kwethu apha sifike nixhensa and then nasamkela nge-national anthem. So ndiyayibulela ke loo nto leyo. Ake niziqhwabele izandla. Very good. Okwesibini ke nivile into kokubana inkokheli yephondo ayifikanga. Inoba nje kukuphazamisana lokuxhumelelana kuba ebengumntu ozayo. Ndive apha kuminister mna esithi uminister hayi ndithetha naye lo mntu apha ku-SMS uthi use-Alice. Use-Alice. Enoba uye kwenye university. I think ucinge ubana ingapha yala convocation kanti le convocation yalapha eMthatha. So ke ndiyam apologizela ke naye into yobana engafikanga apha. Nawe ke awuzubulelwa ke Advocate Sishuba. Ndiyayazi into yenkqubo. Wena mntu uphetheyo uendapha ungekho mntu ukubulelayo. Mandikubulele in advance. Ngenxa yento yokubana uvumile xa sikunika lo msebenzi ungakhange usixoxise uvele uthathe kunjanje uthathe une excitement ubana sikuzisa kulento kuba kaloku uyayazi indlela ekunzima ngayo uorganize into zethu uyayazi ke xa sithi into zethu nithetha ngabantu so xa sifumana abantu abafana nawe ekudala behamba lendlela sithi nangona singabani nawe sithi khake nize aninaxhala nivele nize nibaleka so ndiyakubulela ke ngento yobana uzawusibhexeshela le nkqubo yanamhlanje ukubana ke kungafani nomuntu ofana nawe ekuzaba nzinyana apha kuthi ndibulele ke nabantu abafikileyo apha ndibona noJudge Maye ebe interview apha nimbonile kula interview yakhe ebe interviewer for omnye umsebenzi ngoku very soon ke after la interview niyibonile kwathiwa no recommended asidlali kaphe uso nimbonile ke uJudge Maya ubana uyenyu abangayaziyo ke mna ke ndandifunda interpretation of statutes uyeva apha ubu apha ke interpretation of statutes ndandifundiswa nguJudge Maya eseyilecturer ke ngelo xesha uSisimandisi bona ke kwathiwa justice hayi ke soyika ke ngoku xa kuthiwa justice so unoba uzazikhumbula ke naye ezontsuku zolecturisha i-interpretation of statutes wasinceda ke xa siphaa phambi kwakho ke sithi i-Equality Act section 10 uthetha le nto isuka phaa kuwe andithethi ka-judgment ke that are pending ndiyathetha nje in general andinibalisele ibali ke ndisafunda apha ke ndifike nene-unitra ekudala kodwa 1995 ndandingafiki kodwa ngelo xesha kodwa ke ndandisenza i-second year ndiyi-president ke ye-Juridical Society le nto yobupresident ke iyafana ke nam ihamba nam nje apho ndikhoyo kuthiwa iba yi-president so ndiyi-president ye-Juridical Society ke ndithunywe ke yi-executive yam into yobana sifuna uba ne-event ethi the role of a black legal practitioner in the changing South Africa. Uyabona ngo-95 South Africa was still changing. Asiyazi bayenza ntoni ngoku but ngo-95 it was still changing. Ndifike ke phaa ndiye kwi-chambers because siyakhangela uba sizawuinvayitha bani ndiye kwi-chambers ke phaa sibhalile ke leta ndifike ke ndibuze ke igqwetha elithile ke phaa kwi-chambers ndifuna u-advocate so and so kuthiwa akekho usenkundleni kodwa ke siyayileta kwi-pigeon hole ndiyaqala noyibona ke nale pigeon hole ndiyovula kwi-pigeon hole ndishiye ke ileta ndiqonda uba le advocate soze ize kule nto siyenzayo saqhuba ke nee-plans zethu tyhini yafika le advocate tyhini yasitsho ispeech tyhini sonke futhi salifteka uba one day nathi saba zii-advocates yayingu-advocate Madlanga ke lowo namhlanje ke yi-judge of the Constitutional Court siyabulela ke Budrasi ngento kokubana nawe usuke phaa phezulu emcochoyini wezapha phantsi apho sikhoyo ndikukhumbula ke ngezo ntsuku useligqwethe lijongwane uhamba ubaleka fike ke phaa usithi nathi sacinga into yokubana le ndawo singafika leyo one day kuyo sasingayazi uba kunzima kangaka xa sesifikile kuyo kwafanele uba wawusixelela ukubana ayonto ilula lesingena kuyo ngenye imini ke sendiligqwetha ke ngoku andiseso student ndingena enkundleni ndifike ke ndixoxe ke apha iijaji zintathu zindimamela I think noba unyaka wam wesibini okanye ngowesithathu ndikwi-practice ndiyaxoxa ke ityala nabelungu ke bayaxoxa phakame umlungu athetha athi hayi uyabhuda lo phakame nam ndithi uyabhuda lo mlungu hlale phantsi ke kutshiwo mosekhothi uye uthi hayi le colleague yam iyabhuda le sanuyimamela hayi ke ndihlale phantsi qomba andiyazi kwa le nto ibiqhubeka apha kungeni icall ke ngoku eofisini kuthiwa ijaji ifuna ukubona ndiqomba thiza ndisengxakini ijaji ifuna undibona after argument ndiye ke phaa fike ke ndihlalise kweli cala lejaji ndihlale kweli cala nam ndiyancancazela ke ngelo xesha ndililele into yobana ndizawufumana i-tongue lashing. Ithi ke le jaji, yeyi, ndikubukele mani uthetha apha phambi kwethu. And le nkundla uze kuyo inkundla yezibheno, Court of Appeal. Ndifuna nje ukukuncoma indlela ubuthethe ngayo. Yeyi, zayehla izibilini. Lo jaji ke leyo, nguJudge Jafta. Wayesese-Labour Appeal Court ngelo xesha. Namhlanje selephume nakulo Constitutional Court. Kodwa lo mazwi but Chris wandinika wona lamini. Ndafika eofisini ndingathi nje ndihambele emoyeni. Abebelungu abayikholelwa into yobana ndinconyiwe pha. So funeka ndiyobaxelela uba, guys, do you know what happened? You know, the judge was full of praise. So ngoku ndanexhala uba yeyi ndinganconywa nje ndiyiluze nale case. Fortunately ke ndayiwina ke lo case leyo. But ndaluza after that kwakuye. Yo. Teza, hey, ubut Chris. Ufike pha uthethe athi, hold on. Mr. Ncukaitobi, am I correct to say, teza nqomba ke ingxaki. Because kaloku ngoku unyanzelekile uconsider because the legal principle is clear and is against you. Am I correct to say, teza uzawuthini madoda uJafta? Uthi ke yena, yes, Justice Jafta, you are correct. Does it not therefore follow you are dead in the water? Kelo xesha ke is a smiling assassin. Uncumile. Ungacingi bana une aggression. Uncumile. He's chopping your head kelo xesha. Gqibe ke nawe uyohlala phansi. Hayi kodwa wayikhupha yona i-judgment ethi omnye umuntu maka impeach. Noba ke wayesisokolisa na wayikhupha i-judgment ethi maka impeach omnye umuntu. Kwanzima ke ayangena nalo impeachment. Waziresignela nalo muntu lo wemka. Ndiyayibalisa ke nje naleyo ke nje ndiyagqitha ke kuyo. Andimanga kuloo nto leyo. Ngenye imini ke enye ibali ke ndiyabona kukho noprofessor Koyana apha. Ndikhumbula sisafika apha sizi-students. Afike ke lo tata uNobumpandlarha. Unxibe ibhatyi ebomvu. I don't know if you guys remember Professor Koyana. Unxibe ibhatyi ebomvu nebhlukwe emhlophe. Ufake isandla so. Unencwadi egreen, customary law in a changing society. Nenye egreen, Transcribed Penal Code. Okay, and 13 doesn't as well. Minister, have you repealed the Transcribed Penal Code? Yeah, no, the department. It's unconstitutional. Let me tell you. But Professor Koyana was an author of books and academic articles. Go, 3 years ago, ungena kwethu kule convocation yethu. Kuthiwa pha i-LLB has been scrapped, poor quality. LLB scrapped a UNITRA for poor quality. Absolutely unbelievable. Ngenxa yento kokubana ke sinikwe izizathu 8 of them. One of them kuthiwa is because i-lecturers zethu as publish. Kanimamele loo nto leyo. I-lecturers zethu as publish. Zi-18 amaphepha ekufuneka ekhutshiwe every year mabini 2. Lo maxesha ke wo Professor Koyana kwangakhutshwa phepha, kwakhutshwa incwadi iphelele 300 pages to yona. Njengoba ke sisenza lo mcimbi ke but Chris sikwazama noku encourage abantu to aspire kuba kaloku xa abantu bejonge ubhuti Chris ehleli pha efunda ijudgment ifike no-chief justice ahlala apha ecaleni kwakhe athi nofunda naleyam sithi nqake thina sezi-advocates hayibo nimbalwa kaloku elicala lenu so nifuna ufundelwa ntoni so le nto ke xa simbona ehleli pha uye uzeye njengomfundi osewusu ucinga into yokubana ndingaze ndifike na kwelaa nqanaba so njengokubana sinyanzelisa into yoba umcimbi onje mawenzelwe apha ekhaya sizama nokucreata laa connection ukubana wonke umntu ayazi uba nokuba uqale phi na ayingomsebenzi uba uqale phi na into ebalulekileyo into yoba uphelele phi so xa sizisa ke abantu abafana nobhuti Chris apha kule ndawo babeqale kuyo sizama ke nokucreata ke le bond wonke umntu ayibone into yokubana tyhini le nto lena mos ayonto ifuna umntu otheni ifuna nje umntu ozimiseleyo ezincwadini ifuna nje umntu ozinikeleyo emsebenzini wakhe ukubana naye ngenye imini angafika phaa enkcochoyini sisaya ke thina kusenzima ke kuthi ufika kulaa nkcochoyi akuyo ke yena ke ufikile enkcochoyini uyehla ke ngoku bakhona abasahleli phaa enkcochoyini bakhona abangenayo bahleli apha kule tafile ke nabo kukho ke naba bafana nam abalapha emxukuxeleni abacingayo into yokubana one day sawuze sifike ke phaa ndiyibonile ke nenkosi udila izintaba uba ifikile ndithi ke mandiyibize ngegama okanye ndiyibize ngesikhahlelo adila izintaba ndithe ke kwelinye igumbi phambi kokuba size apha ndakhahlela inkosi udila izintaba wafika ke nomama esithi njengoba nami ndiyinkosi nje ungandikhahleli ndathi ke mna ke hey bendingakwazi uba ndiqomba thiza kanene wayetshile uba uyinkosi ndimlibele ndayidinaya into yobana bendingamazi ndiyamazi anobhongo yabona ke inkosi ke izinto ziyatshintsha kulo mhlaba wethu inkosi ngoku azisengomadoda kuphela nabantu abangosisi abangomama nabo bazinkosi funeka ke loo nto leyo ibe lapha ezingqondweni zethu okokugqibela ke mandithethe ke ngo-vice chancellor wethu uprofessor Rashila Songca uneminyaka ke iya ku-2 ephethe apha ebambe iintambo kulo mzi kaXhamela iyaqala ke ukusehlela into yokubana sibe nomntu ongumama ophethe apha siyabona ke utshintsho luninzi kukhulu akwenzileyo bese sandoba nengxaki nangoku ingxaki ye-qualifications ekuthiwa hayi i-qualifications zethu zibogus uthula uthe cwaka amaphepha ayathetha ngapha nangapha uyalungisa behind the scenes wathetha once xa ingxaki seyisombululekile ethetha esithi nansi solution iyafuneka ke lanto leyo kuba kaloku thina singabantu nje bokhwaza apha esithubeni sifike singcole simngcolise naye phofu kuba nguwe lo ubangela obana sithathelwe i-qualifications apha ubukade uphi ixesha lonke so ndifuna ke visi uba siyincome ke loo nto leyo publicly irole yakho oyidlalileyo kwesi sikolo kungathwa sikudlela indlala sikuncome abantu besiva okokugqibela ke eli qumrhu lam le-convocation liyaphelelwa kule mpelaveki siyi-outgoing ndithe ke xa ndibalisela uphuthi ubana uzuthi xa undi-adressa uthi uyi-outgoing athi ke yena no uyi-outgoing and incoming athula ke ngoku kodwa ndiyafuna baphakame aba bale convocation ukwenzela uba baziwe sizokubancoma uMiss Ford andimboni kodwa usebenze kakhulu kule minyaka 3 besisebenza kunye naye ndiyabona noMels ulapha andisamboni ngoku sihawu and oh nanguya uMelikhaya siyawo nangu uMelikhaya Mchitho omnye umuntu endingamboniyo apha oh nangu uSaida ulapha tyhini eke uSecretary General wethu babini abangekhoyo uMiss Ford ke I am sure wonke umuntu ongene ngapha ungene through uMiss Ford xa uMiss Ford ebesithi awungeni uyayazi uba ublockekile ke ngoku awungeni so ndifuna ke ukuyincoma ke esisigqeba bendisebenza nazo kuba enye yenkqubo zethu ukuthatha kwethu office ibisithi i-University of Walter Sisulu ayo university yase Eastern Cape. It's national, but it is also international. Ukuze ke ibe national and international, it's incumbent upon us as graduates to reach out to abantu who used to be here. Sibaxelele into yokubana we still need them. Sometimes sizawufuna nemali. Nditheke ku-Advocate Sishuba. Xa elapha funeka amane esitsho uba kukho speed point uba kukho umuntu ofuna ufaka lo 10,000 afake lo 5,000 afake uBudrasi ke ndake ndamtsotsa kanye imini sinengxaki apha yeCovid ndithi Budrasi khawufake kaloku uthi hayi kaloku ndiyi-civil servant hayi wawukade uyi-senior counsel imali sekhona ndiyabulela kakhulu namkelekile.
Wow, samkelekile indeed. Our host and chair of the convocation, ladies and gentlemen. Well, perhaps abantu abangasazi uba sisuka phi okanye siyintoni abantu bayazi baba invited to the Walter Sisulu University. Perhaps makasiqale emva ke sicacise into ba kwenzeka ntoni eze kube kweligama libaluleke kangaka. Le university yenzeke emva kwe-merger of 3 institutions. There was a period in South Africa where kwakunzima kakhulu kuzanywa uba i-universities zibe relevant, ziphungulwe ezininzi, zidibane. We almost lost this university as University of Transkei at a time apho kwakusetyenzwa. We've heard, since I was one of the people that were working with abantu ababelapha ngelo xesha in the last University of Transkei Council. And one of the responsibilities esasinazo yayikusebenza siqiniseke uba will produce that which have since become the Walter Sisulu University, a merger of UNITRA, Eastern Cape Technikon, and Border Technikon. Ngelo xesha ke xa kuthiwa izawuvalwa i-university, abantu bayahamba. Benzima. There weren't any universities around here, but during ngela xesha le merger, university cropped. Kwakusethathwa abantu kuthiwa izitudents zethu apha edolophini, there are universities as far as University of Pretoria and as University of Free State zazilapha. But yes, kwasetyenzwa ngaba bekhona yashiyeka le university mill. At that time, sathi njengoba isenzeka sathi no make sozama kuvimba wethu sizama ukujonga abantu kanye ababefuduka belapha nabantu abayithandayo lenkqubela. You know, ngelo xesha we had to ask then President Mandela to intervene ivalwa university. Ivalwa for reason VC ekwakusithiwa we didn't honor somebody that had to be honored at a particular time, and we were referred as a university that does not produce poets. Akwabezo poets ngakhona at least ngoku, but the university did survive. Manditsho ke ndithi xa silapha when we bring our own luminaries, oyena bantu basibizileyo apha yi-convocation, masiyicacise nje njalo. Ngabantu abaziqhayisayo ngokuba yi-university yabo le. And bayabawutsala ke abantu bathi yes sanisijonga nje sililizwe. Khanijonga abantu baqaqambileyo nibabone babasuka phi na. Amongst you, ladies and gentlemen, are our own luminaries ezizawuvela sobe sizibiza iziqhuba silapha. Ndingatsho ndithi ke One of the things ke sizawuyenza ke xa kuvulwa kuzamwa kulungiswa into yoba you bring your own. Uza nabantu bakho kuba babize babe lapha. Kukho into ke abantu abadla ngokucinga kulihlazo into yokuba xana unabantu bakho, those people that are successful and you are successful, we sininvite ngokunazi kuba sifuna uba nibe lapha phakathi kwethu. Nizasincedisa ke into yokuba le convocation ibe nemali. Sizawuthi ke simane sisithi ke sawubakhwaza kodwa basibizileyo sawubabiza kwezitafile zilapha neziluminary nizibona, yes sizawuvela ngokuvela. Sinintsi indlela abanye bazocommit uba in future whenever there's an event nisibize. Sizawubacela benze speeches, benze bazocontribute in many forms. But one of the things that siyasivela COVID, but we will want into yokuba kube khona some commitments financially to assist the convocation and make it be successful. Bendicelile ke ndathi xa bekhona abantu bayalibala xa bemkile. Singathi sibe khona ke izinto zimane zilungiswa. Sisithi hayi ke siyayiqonda ipledge kabane siyayibulela. Egameni of this very big event, we're able to collect this much. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me highlight and mention that we'll have to start with our programs a little later, and let's mbulele Advocate Lugaitobi SC for welcoming us both as the chairperson of the council and as also the president of Congress. Now, as we then do the business of the day and congratulate our own Justice Chris Nyaule Jafta, we will then be calling, as I do, the people that are appearing on the program to do the speeches and the tributes that have been ebebecelwe ngazo. These are usukela ngoku bekwe la ndawo nje make ndihlale la tronanana ibekwe pha yexeshana ke ndelazi noko ndithi andizohlala pha ngoku nami ndafuna ubabukela xa bethethe bazomane ndiphakama ndisiza. Without further ado, we'll be requesting that our Advocate Shamila Batohoyi to come forward and present her tribute. Ladies and gentlemen, Masimkhwabelisa as she comes. I think she's around. You know, like yahlupha into nje. I might not have been informed that she's going to be. Is she in person? Or she'll be? All right. So long. If then Agagabiko will just have to stand down that part of the program. And Pungane, Babu Timbuza Zamza, no matter what retigo. Lislubelizayo ngelengele. Justice Mwiseli Madlanga and Justice Jafta go a long way. We will soon be hearing. And if you please. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. But we cannot not continue with our program. Justice Musel Madlanga will be speaking next. Bungani.
Manditobe ikwindawana yoba mfutshanyana kunebongo elihle mphathiswa sekela mphathiswa ugxa wam osondele ukundiphatha kufutshane nje uJustice Maya, President ye Supreme Court of Appeal, ogxa bam bebonke mhlawumbi ndicimba bonke bahleli phaya okanye ubuninzi babo bahleli phaya osingaye uxa wam uChris nowakwakhe bekufanele uba ndiqale ngawe VC kuba kukwakho apha. Chairperson of Council, mna ke ndiye ndakhweleta ngoku ancoma uJustice Jafta ukuba wambizela eofisini emncoma esithini na. Ndithi kuye mna indlela endakuncoma ngayo yogqithana le uJustice Jafta akuncoma ngayo. Kodwa ke andizuphinda apha ukuba ndaye ndathini na kuye. Niyakundixolela ke ukuba andizubala bonke abantu xa ndibulisayo nje mandithi ndiyayibulisa yonke le nginginya. Ndivuya kakhulu ukuba ndibe ndilapha namhlanje kukubuyela ekhaya oku kum kwaye kumnandi kakhulu ukuba ndibe ndibuya kumsitho onjengalo, umsitho wogxa wam, umsitho womhlobo endinokubalisa nje ndingekajongi nalento ndiyibhalileyo okokuba undixabisile. Ndathi ndisakwenziwa ijaji wandenzela enkulu yona ipati le, sasebatsha sakwazi nokujujuma ngelo xesha apha kwakhe eFort Gale. Sadla sashusha intsuku zambini zilandelelana. Ndiyabulela kwena enkosi. Kangangoba uthe xa ahambayo yakho laa ndawana yesazela ndamfowunela ndathi kwena usakhumbula undenzele into ethile, thula wena ndizawukwenzela into edibene nobuhambile ngoku ndisazawuyenza kwena. Kwakhona enye into endicimba mandiyiphawule ibalulekile kangangokuba nje into elapha kum entliziyweni ngaphakathi. Ndisakhumbula nosuku kwakuyi-18 kaFebruary, yena uzawukhumbula nje i-event, 18 kaFebruary 2012 ndandise-ofisini yakhe ndiyi-advocate endifowunele ngaphambili ecela ukuba ufuna ukundibona. Ndaya ngalo 18 kaFebruary. Usakhumbula kwena uba ndandiyokwenza ntoni? Xa ndifika ndandingasazi isizathu. Xa ndifika wathi ujonge wajonga wabona into kokuba kufanele uba ndiyoba ijaji kulaa nkundla ndothuka uba ndizawuthi ndiyi-advocate ndivele ndingqale e-Constitutional Court na. Loo nto yayigqibele nge-first intake yase-Constitutional Court ayikaphinde yenzeke nangoku. Ndathi bendingatsholo ukuzincoma kodwa ke ndiyabulela. Bendiyibalisa nje kuba ndandimadolwa nzima kodwa ke ndathi xa ndinothenjwa ngumntu onjengomkwena bendingubani namna ndayamkela loo nto waphumelela umnqweno wakhe. Kwena ndiyabulela. Kancinci nje jwale ke tla bua ka motho eo ke mo tsebang haholo ka ho fetisisa. Selemong sena ke selemo sa bomashome a mane a metso e mmedi ke tsebana le yena kganyapa. Ke bua ka enwa Mokwena Motebang, phofolo ya metsi, lebewana la habokadi wa tshulo, maila ho ngwathelwa. Sanuba no mona bendimthutha bo. I have known Justice Christopher Nyaule Jafta for over 42 years now. We met in our first year of legal studies at the then University of Transkei, now Walter Sisulu University. the very place we are at right now. A university which, possibly not known for much by some, has punched way above its weight and made a sterling contribution to the advancement of the disadvantaged of our country. I cannot resist mentioning that it has produced such luminaries as Justice Mandisa Maya, the President of the Supreme Court of Appeal, who is set to soon join the Constitutional Court as Deputy Chief Justice. Ms. Nonkululeko Gobodo, the first black woman chartered accountant in South Africa. Dr. Ncumisa Jilata, a woman neurosurgeon who was named Africa's youngest neurosurgeon in 2017. Justice Dumisa Tsebeza, a judge of the African Court on Human and People's Rights. Dr. Somadoda Fikeni, an academic, political commentator of note, and chairperson of the Public Service Commission. Mr. Terence Nombembe, a former Auditor General who recently held the position of Head of Investigations in the Zondo Commission. Justice Selby Mbenenge, the Judge President of the Eastern Cape Division of the High Court. Advocate Tembeka Ncukaitobi, a well-known practicing advocate. I could go on. Being part of that pedigree, it is unsurprising that Justice Jafta rose to grace the benches of the Mthatha High Court, the Labour Appeal Court, the Supreme Court of Appeal, and ultimately our apex court, the Constitutional Court of South Africa. He holds the BUris and LLB degrees from this university. From our student days, Justice Jafta came across as one with determination and a sense of purpose. I remember one lecturer, Mr. Andrew C. Beck, who was quite a terror, not because he was a nasty person, but because not a single student could just be there and forever escape active involvement in class debates. Mr. Beck, who took us for the law of contract and civil procedure, brought to class credit card size cards equaling our number in each class, each card with the name of a student. His was the Socratic method of lecturing. After posing his probing and often difficult questions, he would take the card on top of the pile, ask the student whose name was on the card to answer, and place the card at the bottom of the pile. That way, he would go through the whole pile without missing a single student. Wawuthi xa uqikelela into okokuba kufanele uba selibusondela igama lam ngoku, uthandaze ngaphakathi uthi ingasaphuncukela amakhadi kaBeck awe athi qhusarha phantsi phaya, mhlawumbi uyawuxa waqokelela afike noko ndiphinde ndathanda uba semvana. Kwakuthi xa kunzima kakhulu abe ngathi akhawuleza gqitha la makhadi. UJudge Mbenenge uSelby wayedla ukuthi hayi ngathi wachofutile namhlanje uBeck la makhadi. Justice Jafta was one of the few students whom Mr. Beck never found wanting, something that could only be achieved through thorough preparation for class. That was to be Chris's approach throughout our stay at university. Having met in 1980, our paths were to cross again in the late 1980s, this time as law lecturers at our alma mater, the University of Transkei. Perhaps before saying a little bit more on this, let me touch on what Justice Jafta did after graduating from university. To me, it is of particular relevance because it shows that he was not impervious to the horrendous political situation that engulfed our country at the time. His principled stance against the apartheid and homeland systems earned him time in detention. When he was a prosecutor at Cala in the Eastern Cape, he refused to take instructions from the security police on how to prosecute cases involving so-called emergency regulations. He was detained and subjected to intense interrogation by the security police. Subsequent to that, his authority to prosecute was withdrawn and he was demoted to the position of administrative clerk. Ndingayifaka nje into ethi ngelo xesha asecala banonceba dukada phaya babenayo indawo yokuba inhlupho kakhulu ngokubhekiselele kwezepolitiki. Ngoku kwenzeka into kokuba ndanezam nam ingxaki ezazinokwenza nento zepolitiki mna ndilapha eMthatha kangangokuba ndandiphangela nabo apha kwaMantyi babesithi ndiza kugxothwa. Ndabizwa ngutatu Phakade wayi-Director General yakwa-Justice apha eTranskei wandibizele ofisini yakhe. Xa ndifika phaya uthi wayethi wonke umuntu ke wambiza mntanomhle wathi mntanomhle ngaba yintoni eyenza i-legal officers, young legal officers watsho kanjalo, zibe nendawana yokuhlupha ngokokwezepolitiki, especially those in the western districts. Ndathi ndavele ndayiqonda uba xa ithi western districts, so i-west mos ngoNgcobo noCala lamacala ngaphaya, ndayiqonda uthetha ngoChris lo noNceba. Ndathi xa ndimphendula tata, I am not qualified to speak on behalf of all young legal officers. Ndandicimba kuzawuba ne-follow-up question ngethamsanqa kazange abe nayo. Futhi ke andizubalisa ntwende mandithi nje zange ndigxothwe nogxotho. His fortunes turned for the better when about 7 months after his demotion, he was appointed as a magistrate. It was after these travails when he and I again met as lecturers at the University of Transkei. He was still his dedicated old self who excelled in the teaching of law. We were to be colleagues for just under 2 years when I left the university to study abroad. Our next encounter was to be at the Mthatha Bar when he came to join, finding me already holding membership. It was here that I believe he truly honed his legal skills. He was unlike those colleagues, of which there unfortunately are many, who seem to believe that the practice of law requires flamboyance and being overly exposed for all to see. Justice Jafta kept to his corner at the small Freya chambers which housed very few colleagues. My impression, but my recollection may be failing me, is that his practice was not quick to take off. On my assessment, this had everything to do with keeping to himself. Wayengawuzingeli umsebenzi umkweni. But what he did with the few briefs he received soon resulted in word being spread around about him. He was highly skilled in drafting. Amongst our contemporaries, I cannot think of a more effective point taker. I'm not talking about, for the sake of it, points. I'm talking about points of substance. Once you got to know that Chris was your opponent in a matter, you knew right away that he would take points in limine, raise special defenses, and defenses on the merits that were often difficult to parry. To top it all, his forensic skills in arguing, presenting matters in court, and general courtcraft were a marvel to behold. In sum, he was a formidable opponent. It is unsurprising that once his practice took off, it grew by leaps and bounds. Despite this success, his feet remained firmly on the ground, quiet in his manner, and collegial in his relations. At the time of his appointment to the Mthatha bench, he was one of the most sought-after counsel at the bar. One more thing I cannot resist relating is this anecdote. I received a brief to represent an accused who was charged with murder. During consultation, he gave a narrative that was as good as confessing his guilt. I asked if he was going to plead guilty. He said not. And with all the confidence that he had in his advocate, he looked me in the eye and asked what story we were to tell the court. Let me digress and explain that although the Transkei Criminal Procedure Act 13 of 1983 was modeled on the South African Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, the section on pleas of not guilty in the Transkei Act made it obligatory for an accused who pleaded not guilty simultaneously to explain the basis of her or his defense. This was unlike Section 115 of the South African Act, which is permissive on whether an accused pleading not guilty will make a plea explanation. Reverting to my client, I told him that we would have to tell the court up front what the basis of his defense was. I added that in doing so, I could not defend him on the basis of a narrative that was different from what he had told me. Based on that narrative, there was no way I could tender a plea of not guilty on his behalf. His eyes told a story of utter disbelief and disappointment. I guess what must have been going on in his mind was, kanti ligqwetha elinjani eli elilindele ukuba mandivume ityala. What is this gqwetha here for then? To give an explanation to those who do not know my language, igqwetha means attorney or advocate, and it derives from the Xhosa verb ukugqwetha, which means to turn something inside out. Presumably then, in my language, practicing lawyers are seen as professionals who do with the truth as they please. They are perceived to turn it inside out. To cut a long story short, I told my client that if he was persisting in pleading not guilty, I could not represent him. Days or even months later, I saw him being represented by Chris. Knowing Chris as well as I do, he would never have represented that client based on a lie of which Chris was aware. Not in the face of the admonition by Ines CJ in Incorporated Law Society versus Bevan that a legal practitioner shall put forward no fact which she or he knows to be untrue. Any practitioner who deliberately places before the court or relies upon a contention or a statement which she or he knows to be false is, in my opinion, not fit to remain a member of the profession. Chris conducted himself with absolute integrity and scrupulously observed the ethical rules of the bar. If, when our client left me for him, he still wanted to plead not guilty, he must have gone to Chris having created a new narrative that fitted his avowed intent of pleading not guilty. And Chris could not have been any the wiser. Of course, I could not tell him what our client had told me, not in the face of the rule on client-lawyer privilege. As soon as Chris had joined the Mthatha High Court as a judge, he became a very solid member. He immediately made his mark by getting endorsements of his judgments by the Constitutional Court. a judgment he penned whilst at the Mthatha High Court, Mjeni versus Minister of Health, that concerned the then vexed question of the constitutionality of the proscription by Section 3 of the State Liability Act of attachment of state assets to satisfy judgment debts was quoted with approval by the Constitutional Court in Nyati versus MEC for the Department of Health, Gauteng. Here is what Justice Jafta had said in Mjeni, which was endorsed by the Constitutional Court. Quote, "The constitutional right of access to courts would remain an illusion unless orders made by the courts are capable of being enforced by those in whose favor such orders were made. The process of adjudication and the resolution of disputes in courts of law is not an end in itself, but only a means thereto. The end of being the enforcement of rights or obligations defined in the court order. To a great extent, Section 3 of Act 20 of 1957 encroaches upon that enforcement of rights against the state by judgment creditors." I too was later to quote copiously from Jenny in the judgment I wrote in Moodley versus Kenmont. Justice Jafta was a lone voice in the Supreme Court of Appeal judgment in HTF Developers versus Minister of Environmental Affairs. At issue in that matter was whether the Section 31A power under the Environmental Conservation Act 73 of 1989 is subject to the 30-day procedure for notice and comment provided for in Section 32 of that Act. The majority answered the question in the affirmative. Jafta JA answered it in the negative. The Constitutional Court also answered it in the negative, just like Justice Jafta had done. This case and many others served to showcase one of Justice Jafta's strongest points, interpretation of statutes. Advocate Ngukai Toby, ndingatsho ndithi uJustice Maya, lecturisha le interpretation of statutes nje, uthatha over from uJustice Jafta. So when a firm grounding with Justice Jafta with interpretation of statutes. At the Constitutional Court, I often whispered to him about how I marveled at how effortlessly he grappled with the interpretative exercise. If Justice Jafta could positively influence the jurisprudence of the Constitutional Court when he still sat on the High Court and Supreme Court of Appeal benches, it was a foregone conclusion that once he joined that court, he would be a strong member of its bench. Indeed, once there, he penned a number of groundbreaking judgments which are there for all to see. I just must say this about Justice Jafta and me. If I'm not mistaken on the count, he and I differed more than any other colleagues at the Constitutional Court. It was as if kukho lento siyibangayo nomkwenu. Mhlambi sasisalwa amadabi ethu sisasuka apha eUnitra andazi mkwenu. And this did not go unnoticed. An aspirant researcher that I interviewed a few years back for clerkship or researchership at the Constitutional Court said he enjoyed the disagreements and open quote intellectual jousting, close quote, his words not mine, between Justice Jafta and me. We took long leave at the same time in late 2018. When we came back in 2019, there was somewhat of a lull in our disagreements. I guess long leave must have done something to us both. It must have tempered whatever it was that made us disagree. At the time of his retirement, the disagreements had begun to creep in once again. Yes, as a court, we always strive for unanimous judgments, but if it does not happen, we must live with that. I truly enjoyed the engagement and debates, Mkwena. I am sure you did too. That is one of the things I miss about you at the court. I miss your towering presence in our back and forth comment exchanges, your enviable institutional memory and general contributions at conference, and above all, your imposing engagements at oral hearings at court. Most of the time, Chris took the lead in putting questions to counsel, always probing and coming from angles that had not even occurred to me. Chris is a loss to the court and will be sorely missed. Tsilatsweu Mokoena Motebang. Thank you.
Wow, yes, the Tsulatsweng part, and Zaibanga. So there was some Tsulatsweng here. Well, no, I didn't recite that one. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you know, events of this nature have this little disadvantage. Into yokokuba abantu batya ngexesha esele kukudala kulungisiwe, but it's not because kuyadelelwa, it's because we want the moment singayiphosi. There will be some little adjustments though before kwenzeke loo nto in the program, in the powers vested memos dimokuba le program. It's very rare that I'm in the company and I'm controlling these important people here, including these justices. Such is the advantage of being a master of ceremonies. What we will do, khange ndiprefer kakuhle ngale nto ka-Advocate Batohi on the tribute. However, we will not be missing a lady. I don't, and if you get the lady only because people are there on their own right. Yes. Amongst us are colleagues of the celebrant at all levels. But asikwazi ungathi sinethuba elinje simcele okanye aphakame simcela ngembeko kakhulu Mahadebe uJustice President of the SCA Judge Maya, who will also be doing her tribute, even though on the program we have Vela Naye as a recipient. So, as bakusenzeka njalo, ndawucela nje umzuzwana Mahadebe aze apha enze her tribute, then thereafter sizawuba nestarter, but ndawuphakama ngelo xesha ndiyilungise uba kuza kwenzeka njani. Yes, she who. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Yes.
Ndizawucela uxolisa kwasentloko ke mphathi nkqubo uthe masiqhayise ngesiXhosa ebesethilo uadvocate Ngcukaithobi apha uba ndikhe ndayoswantsuliswa kwi-interview ethile apha ezintsukwini. Kulo interview ke mntakabawo kukho commissioner ethile endihlise indinyusa yandiphaqula kanobom ngoba ndibhale judgment ngesiXhosa. Ndiyoyika ke uthetha isiXhosa ngoku. Ndiyagqibelisa uthetha isiXhosa ngobu busuku. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, Program Director. And I extend my warmest greetings to our hostess, Vice Chancellor Rashiela Songa, Minister of Justice Lamola, and his deputy, Umdwanomhle Utilizintaba, Umtakwethu. I'm just trying to figure out who else is here because it appears that a number of people who are on the program are not here. Next would be advocates Ngukai Tobi and Bodlani and Dr. Mantashe, who lead this university's convocation. Inkosikazi Unobongo, Ngonyama, Nobongo. Family ka Professor Koyana. My dear colleagues, distinguished guests, and last but not least, my esteemed colleagues, my brother, Justice Madlanga Ihlubi, and the luminary we are honoring today, Justice Christopher Nyaule Jafta. I was told that I have about 3 minutes to say my piece. But that was before I was asked to do more than I had thought I was going to do this evening, to accept whatever tribute is going to be given to me. But an opportunity to speak about this man, this distinguished man, is one I cannot miss. First, let me just say what a deeply prideful and sweet experience it always is for me to come back to this university. I spent the last years of my childhood on these campus grounds. I was 17 years old when I registered for a BProc degree here, held by the hand by my late father. It was 41 years ago. Where did the time go? And I was to spend 5 eventful years completing that degree and would later return in my late 20s to teach in the law faculty with, among other great minds, Justice Jafta and our beloved Professor Koyana, a great mentor who taught many of us here and who I can feel beaming with pride from high up in the sky or wherever he is tonight. Those years went a long way towards shaping me into the woman I am today and left me with lifelong friends and family. Many, unfortunately, including Professor Koyana and others such as Advocate Chucha Makyumza, who also taught here, are sadly no longer with us, but a good number of us are still on this good earth, and I am very happy to see some of them here this evening. Now, that's the sweet part of this homecoming. The prideful comes from the magic of this university, its ability, with humble beginnings and the most modest of means, to produce an army of graduates who went on to become leaders in all walks of South African professional life, as Justice Madlanga just alluded to. The number of law teachers, attorneys, judges, advocates, magistrates, prosecutors, and other legal professionals that have been produced by the law faculty of this humble university, who have served and continue to serve with excellence across our country, beggars belief. And one of them is, of course, the man we are honoring today, Justice Chris Jafta. Now, about him, Justice Madlanga has painted a picture of a quintessential judge, an honest, hard-working man with a fierce loyalty to the values of our Constitution, a fierce independent-mindedness, a clear thinker with a deep sense of fairness, a quiet, steady man, a man of principle, and one of the best legal minds I know. But his most abiding attributes are his humility and kindness. I am reminded of a well-worn but very true Maya Angelou saying that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And indeed, great lawyer that Justice Jafta is, I will remember him not so much for his seminal judgments and towering mind, but rather these two characteristics I've just mentioned, and the good colleague, friend, and role model that he has been to many of us. And knowing him as we do, he is probably going to be very uncomfortable with what I'm about to say, and has most likely forgotten doing the things I'm going to mention, because people who do good things do not keep record. But I think it is fitting that I mention them here today, and not when we bury you and you are dancing, as they say in this closet, dancing on your grave, when you can no longer hear us. Justice Jafta is one of the people who are responsible for where I am in my career today. At the most difficult junctures of my life and career, he was there to give me support. When I was going to start working at the SCA, having just lost my mother, and facing a daunting prospect of leaving my husband and our very young children here in Umtata to go work in Bloemfontein, where Chris and Nomvio luckily were already settled, I received a warm and comforting message from him, telling me not to worry about anything, as he and Nomvio were there, as he simply put it, a promise they kept. The SCA was a grueling environment, and I would not have stayed there without the support I got from Justice Chris Jafta and the late Justice Mtiane, who were also fighting their own battles in that toxic environment, but despite that still managed to find time, to listen to my woes and comfort me. In Justice Jafta, I had a trustworthy ally I could ask to check my judgments and bounce off ideas. And at the end of a rough day, I could drive to his and Nomvio's warm home for a comforting visit before going home to a lonely apartment. And I remember that Nomvio even babysat my toddler, who's now a grown man, when I brought him to Bloemfontein with me, because he would be inconsolable when I got ready to return to Bloemfontein after a weekend at home, such that I simply could not leave him behind, despite not having a nanny in Bloemfontein. Then came time for me to make the tough decision whether or not to apply for permanent appointment at that court. I was scared and strongly believed that I still needed a lot more time in the High Court to gain experience. But that was until Justice Jafta knocked some sense into my head. In his characteristic, incisive manner, he asked, "Mandi, where do you think you will really learn? At the High Court, where you'll be sitting in court alone, or among the highly experienced judges you sit with all the time here?" That simple but brilliant logic was all the reassurance I needed. There are many other instances where he encouraged me to reach for an opportunity and firmly reminded me of my abilities. The one occasion that I have to mention is my recent step at the position of Chief Justice. There was tremendous pressure on me to make myself available, and I did not believe that I could run for that office, especially because I had not even worked in that court for a whole decade. When it came to crunch time to make the decision, I knew where to turn to, and I was able to speak to Justice Jafta and express my misgivings, all my misgivings, frankly, in the knowledge that I would get genuine and objective advice, which he freely gave. I could go on and on, but the golden thread through all these instances where I faced the stiffest competition from highly experienced and older male colleagues is the feeling Justice Jafta always gave me that I'm equal to anyone and have what it takes. Many others, his students, his law clerks, and his colleagues. I mean, we just heard Justice Madlanga tell us about how he called him to his chambers to tell him that he was good enough to jump, to leap from the bar straight to the Constitutional Court. So many people have similarly benefited from his ever-ready support. Siyabulela kakhulu kwena for setting such a good example for us and showing us what it means to be a teacher, a judge, and just a good human being. I am truly proud to have lived in your time. And we owe a bigger debt of gratitude to my sister Nomviwo for loving and supporting you so unstintingly. Opening your home and hearts to us and allowing us to bask in your light. So, yeah, that's my story about this gentleman. And maybe while I'm already up here, I should mention this. It's a part of what I was going to say when I awarded this tribute. I'm not quite sure what that is about. As if advocates Sishuba and advocate Sishuba and Ngokaitobi know what I was going to say. They have exhorted the convocation to support this university. What I was going to say is this. We wish you, that is Wusu, Vice Chancellor, we wish you well as you navigate the challenges of this age and urge you to tap more into the support your illustrious alumni can provide. Other universities exploit their alumni for the good, of course, in all sorts of manner, as you would know. And it constantly pains me deeply when I do things, including making financial donations with my paltry rands to my old American alma mater, which is an established, very old and very wealthy Ivy League institution. I mean, I pay $100. I've paid $100 to that university since I graduated from there. And I live just 24 kilometers away from here. This is my first alma mater. And I'm not going to say I've not been invited to come and speak here. I've not been invited to participate in any activity that the convocation may have for the alumni. But it's my responsibility as well as that alumnus to find out, what is there, what we can do rather for our university, and I have not done that. I've not played my part. So I am very happy, I was very happy to hear the challenge that was issued by these two gentlemen, and I want to make a commitment as I stand here that I'm available. Yeah, I'm available to give any support that you think I may give. Thank you.
Wow. That support. Ladies and gentlemen, apha sizokunwaba, celebrate. You know, there's that choir there. Utweze ngicele ndiyacela ke noko kudala ke kube kwingoma ke ucaca kuba siphina ngoku sizokonwaba apha we're celebrating as we prepare for the presentation of those lifetime achievement recipient awards ezakwenziwa in a process here. Sawucela ke noko ke nisi kuyabanda apha ke nisithi vum. Yes. I understand kamnandi iyangena ke nestarter at least bonile uba bayakwazi abantu uba kungangqoleki yazi xa kusenza ukutya kuse-university apha yindawo yabantu abafundileyo xa besitya kukhonto ihluphayo kangako. Yes, thank you so much. May it then be that we'll have that song and Advocate Maga and those that will be doing that presentation be ready. Ndinexhala ke iprogram endiyiqhubayo ndinexesha endilaziyo uba kufuneka ibe igqitywe ngalo andifuni uba ndiliphose elo xesha. Abantu abalapha ngabantu abadala kuyafuneka uba kube kuphunyulwe ngaxesha lithile. So thank you so much, choir. And thanks so much to the president of the SCA, Justice Maya, for that, you know, uthetha ngomntu amaziyo. Ladies and gentlemen, masimqhwabele izandla ezitshitshwa. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the Wusu Cultural Society. Thank you. Yes. And we're ready for the presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, the program. Okay. Advocate Maga will be doing that special presentation of the okay. We will kindly request the VC to assist us here.
Good evening, everyone. Obviously, I'm not on the program. I've just been ambushed to do the handing over because the criminal justice system without prosecutors is not complete. We are there. Unfortunately, my boss is not here because he's caught up in a very serious engagement that she had to attend to, but had called Justice Jafta to explain that unfortunately she won't make it. It's not because of disrespect to the occasion. We will request Justice Maya to come forward so that we can hand over a lifetime achievement gift for your achievement, which we are proud of, having made it to this constitutional court as our alumni. Although it's still a recommendation, but the fact that you were there, we are proud of it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a big round of applause. Where's the cameraman? Please pose for the camera. Maybe you should come here to the stage. Maybe you should come to the stage, Justice Maya. Please, Sis Mandisa, and you remove the mask for now, just for the picture. The mask must fall. I know. VC, you'll just hand it over to her, and then the cameras will flash. Ford, Zagum.
All right. I just want to explain something about the picture. This picture was done by the department's art students. They're doing second years, and they were able to come up with that. We said that because we are not just celebrating them, but we're celebrating the interviews. This picture was taken in the interviews. This was the question where she was asked about women and other things, where she then took a minute and said, let me just think about it. And there it is. Can we have the pictures of the students, please? They're done. They're done. Let's go take it.
Thank you very much, Sis Mandisa. We will now call upon Justice Madlanga Budrazi. Come on stage, please. Come on stage, please, VC. Come on stage so that you can be visible to everyone. Come on stage, please. Around. I don't know the story behind that picture.
This picture was done by Mr. Mafeje. His name is Paul. He's the artist. He was the one coordinating the other students. Apparently, when they do this, they need a mentor to do these things correctly. He is doing his BTech in fine art. Mr. Mafeja chose this picture when he was, I think here, Justice was asked about whether women need to be in the judiciary, when he had said that he made space for Maya, and then that is the caption we had to take, because we had to go back to the whole interviews and take memorable images. So that image was when he said he made space for Justice Maya, and then he laughed at the other questions that followed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before I sit down, let me just tell you a story about Ubud Chris. When I once appeared before him as a prosecutor, I was doing a rape case before him, and it was getting late, and we had gone past the court's time. And then there was an intermediary, a social worker who was assisting the child rape victim. And she said, "But Judge, how will I get home? It's very late." And Chris said, "Mr. Maga will take care of that." I want to make it clear, but Chris, she got home safe. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Advocate Maga. Can we please now stand and welcome the family of Professor Koyana to the stage. Thank you very much. Professor Koyana is one of the former deans of the university. They were influential in building the law faculty, and he was a specialist in customary law, which is going to be soon our specialization at Law Clinic, very soon. So we're bringing people back. We're hoping to have Justice Jafta coming back here and doing a class or two every other quarter. So I'll ask Advocate Maga to take the stage again. Unfortunately, Professor Koyana is now late. Convocation could not attend the funeral because of the COVID regulations. However, a statement was sent out by Advocate. He looks very much alive. This is the picture. I would like to introduce Advocate Gwen Koyana, the wife to Professor Koyana, his daughter, Sis Yolisa Koyana. Oh, Miss Yolisa Koyana, sorry. Miss Yolisa Koyana. The son is taking pictures. That's the youngest son, Mandlake. And this is what we do to honor him. Thank you very much. Advocate Koyana is going to say something as to thank for the recognition.
I'd like to greet everyone in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ. Amen. I would like to do the little protocols in that I would greet the Minister of Justice and the Deputy. And then I would like to also acknowledge the Program Director. I'd like to acknowledge the Vice Chancellor, the President of the Convocation, but please, most and formidable it will be for Justice Jafta and all the justices available. And also I would like everyone at large, all protocol observed. It is a great honor for us as the Koyana family to have this moment. We are accompanied by Prof's brother, whom I would like to please stand for people to see a resemblance of Prof, by the name of Mr. O.C. Koyana. And he is accompanied by his better half, Mrs. Mavis Koyana. And Mandilake Koyana has been acknowledged by Ms. Ford, that is our son. And we are accompanied by Yolisa's friend. Her name is Ms. Madokeni. Yolisa, you have seen as she has taken the picture. We are truly indebted for this special day. And, you know, when you are just running with the mill, you think, okay, it's fine, this is what is happening. But at that moment, when Ms. Ford said Professor Koyana's family must come forth, it just rang a bell that we want to say thank you very much for the acknowledgement. We remember every single day that we had spent with Prof at UNITRA, Advocate Nugai Toby at UNITRA. So it gets a lot of getting used to say WSU. During those days at UNITRA, what we knew was that corridor where there was the side car park and you could go up there and you did not need to go through the library entrance. It was a privilege for us as Prost family because we knew you just park at the car park, you go through the side steps, go up, and what do you see? You will see that orange paint of all the ablutions and you say, oh yes, I'm at UNITRA. There was this theme about orange. And who made UNITRA faculty at that time? There was a faculty administrator by the name of Sis Doli Tutu. And there was the secretary's office. There were two ladies, Sis Tami, no Sis Noltando Luzipo. We remember those people because every time you wanted to speak to Prof, you would be told he's at Senate, there's council, there's this. But those people made us feel comfortable in that they would be accessible in everything that we wanted to have. I know that when one gets a contribution, it's about the academic work that one has done, the time he had in practice. We were able to look at the caliber of work that was done in the bar dinners, everything. And like you, Advocate Nugai Toby, this caliber of the legal fraternity is what gave us courage to look like them one day. So when we see Justice Maya, it's people we looked up to, and that is still happening. We're grateful that Prof made us mingle with such people. And it's normally said that people do not necessarily look at what you've achieved. Justice Madlanga spoke about Justice Jafta being a man of humility. That's what people take away from one. And for us, what we take away in the remembrance of Prof, yes, he did all the foundation and all the hard work. And I was told by Prof's brother, just in August 2020, before his demise in December, he had occasion to chat to him and ask, can you tell me, with all this production that you've got, what do you think you have? Have you taken statistics? And he had the honor to tell him, and he told me that he said, wow, I think we have more than 50 advocates we've produced in this university, more than 200 attorneys. And then he said, judges, I think we've gone more than 20. So we are glad that he also felt that that was the contribution. But what I take away is that there's a saying that says, people do not mind what qualifications you hold. They do not mind how well-to-do you are. But what they are concerned with is how you made them feel. So I'm definite, I speak for Prof's family and those who are very close to him. What we miss Prof for is his extreme sense of humor. His life was about humor, humor, humor. Everyone in the family has got a special nickname that he gave, but I do know, even with his legal fraternity members, everyone has a special nickname. That is what we miss. And his charisma and his infectious smile. Thank you very much for making us look back. COVID-19 did not do good to many families, and ours was just that one, exactly on Christmas Eve on 2020. Thank you very much.
Wow, let us clap for our Lifetime Achievement Awards. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, siyafika kuvutha ndaba now. As beyilungisa WSU Cultural Society, we'll be having one little event ezakwenzeka apha. What we'll be doing, we will kindly ask our hosts, the executive of the convocation, bake baze apha sibabone, sibaziswe, these people that have made it possible for us to have this wonderful event. Those people are worthy of introduction. Nibaze, yes. It's not when just abantu bethu. Yes. As that box sends again.
Introduce one by one.
Okay, please, Benjamin Beret, the Ifuni Society. The Ifuni Society.
Super obvious.
Okay. Thank you so much. You know, when people besenza, mabangonywe, and there's an office here that is contested, but must Ted Londo, Chairperson.
No, ndithethe convocation. So ndiqonda nje intobana ukwenzela nje into yokubana now that iterm yethu iyaphela.
Phelile.
Oh no, iphela ngomso. Okay. Abantu ze bayazi bana bekukho bani na kule convocation. Oko hayi ke xa nithi ndiyabuya ke ndizawuthini ke mna ke. That's ndithule kaloku. Ngusimthandile Ford ke lo.
Uyabuya. Uyabuya.
And then ibe ngusandile Phuthi ke lo. Hayi uyabuya. Ibe nguMelikhaya Sihawu ebe responsible ke for academic affairs. Uyabuya. And then ke ibe nguMelikhaya Mchithwa uTreasurer General, otherwise known as Toddler. Uyebuya. So siyabulela nje just uba besifuna uba introduce.
All right. I thought the society. Oh, all right. There's also another cultural, but amongst yourself, just zenizilungiseleni after this event, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, sifika kuvuthondaba ke ngoku. We will be asking kindly Dr. Dwai, who will be reading the biography of the celebrant. And as he does so, it's very rare that we do these things. We will kindly ask the justices present here, babel khona nabo in the podium as bakufundwa nguGqalwazi. Okay. Okay, all right. There's the problem about power, the cultural, you came here and before the power goes at 9. Sorry, Doc. My apologies. Kuthiwa kumka umbane sawucela icultural dance Dr. Hlale phansi komzwana. Can you one song? Into ebuhlungu, ladies and gentlemen, is that abantu xa beceliwe bezocula and all that. Kuba buhlungu xa bemka bengenzanga nto. Yes, so siyacela abantu be patient with us and allow those people to come. But practicile kulungiselela this very, very important event. So is everybody here. Please get zibakusenzeka. Yes. Wow, ngathi ngidrulha out. Bazawungena na later. Can we go ahead, Doctor? Ngathi bathatha ixesha elide. Sorry that I have to call you Dr. Dwai and still say kakauhlale. Ngathi ndibathathe by surprise. Dr. Dwai, sorry again. Please honor us for the biography. Thank you. Justices, sangicela kwakhona. I said, I can call justices to stand up and down and go and say not so again. Yes, Doc. Okay, the doctor will be making a full remarks before that happens. Thank you.
Good evening. It's my great honor that I'm going to perform this role as the honorable justices are moving to the front. I want to thank, in particular, Ms. Ford and Advocate Ngugaitobi. I briefly served in their committee as the member of the previous convocation executive. I noticed right at the first meeting that it's gonna be quite an interesting team, and I'm not surprised with what I've observed as the achievements by this particular committee. Before I do my work here, particularly in the presence of Justice Maya, when the interviews were taking place, there is a particular commissioner who asked a question, and that commissioner invoked the name and the memories about Bathandwa Ndondo. I'm one of the people who were literally moved by the question to the point of shedding tears, because when I came to this university in January 1984, I belonged to the group of students who considered themselves as the Bathandwa Ndondo Brigade. So when that question was raised, and Justice Maya, you responded in such an eloquent, memory-invoking manner, some of us who interacted with that gentleman, whom I can still remember how he would walk from male res. There was no Tuman at the time. There was just male and female res. How he would walk, I still remember his walks, and I can still remember how he kept his hair, how he tended his hair. Bathandwa Ndondo. So, people like Somadoda Fikeni and I and others, we considered ourselves as the Bathandwa Ndondo Brigade. Very few of my colleagues here know that story because we were taught at the time not to brag much about your achievements. Ndizawuthetha ngoJustice Christopher Nyauli Jafta, but let me start by saying, kuni zidwesha nezidwangube, kuni zihandiba nezinunza-nunza, kuni zingungela nengcaphephe. Justice Christopher Nyauli Jafta was born in 1959 in Matatiele, where he did both his primary and secondary schooling. He is married to Nomviwo, and they have 2 children, a daughter, Komoso, and a son, Tsepiso. He did his education between 1983 to 1987. Justice Jafta obtained his B.Juris and LLB degrees from the University of Transkei, now Walter Sisulu University. Justice Jafta started his career as a court interpreter in 1983. He was appointed a prosecutor of district court at the beginning of 1984 until December 1985, when his authority to prosecute was withdrawn by the Attorney General at the instance of the security police. He was demoted to the position of an administrative clerk. This occurred after he had rejected instructions from the security police on how he should conduct prosecutions in some cases and had declined to prosecute people who were arrested for walking in the streets at night in contravention of emergency regulations that were in operation then. He was briefly detained and subjected to intense interrogation by the security police. In July 1986, he was appointed a magistrate. In February 1988, he resigned and joined Mbuqe and Mbuqe, a firm of attorneys, as a candidate attorney. But in August 1988, he resigned to join the University of Transkei as a lecturer. There, he taught commercial law and constitutional law. In 1992, he did pupillage at the Johannesburg Bar. Justice Jafta commenced practice in Mthatha in January 1993. His practice focused mainly on labor and constitutional matters. In 1997, Justice Jafta was appointed acting judge of the High Court, Transkei Division, for 4 months. In January 1999, he became acting judge of the same division until November, when he was appointed on a permanent basis. In June 2001, Jafta became the acting judge president of the Transkei Division until June 2003. In 2003, he was appointed acting judge of appeal at the Labour Appeal Court until June 2004. From June to October 2004, he was acting judge of appeal at the Supreme Court of Appeal in Bloemfontein. In November 2004, he was appointed judge of appeal at the same court. In December 2007, Justice Jafta was appointed acting justice at the Constitutional Court until May 2008. He was appointed to the Constitutional Court in October 2009. After 12 years in court, Justice Jafta retired in October 2021. He served as a judge in various courts for more than 22 years until he retired. Ndigqibezela ngelithi kwakuhle kwethu kwande kwamkwena ndade.
There's a special presentation that's going to be done by the chairperson of council and the president of the convocation to the celebrant. Thank you.
Before he sings, let everyone else sing. So maybe the best way is to... No, God can tell the story.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, hands of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yabona ke umuntu ongayaziyo, this is what we are, the university. Watch the space. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for, our celebrant. I present to you Justice Christopher Nyaule Jafta, ozawuphendula kule mibuzo ibingaka. Thethwa kangakanani. Yes. Thank you so much. Kwena, ya kwena.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I should start by thanking Professor Song, the Vice Chancellor of this university. I think I met Professor Song at the time I was a lecturer here. She was also a lecturer, if I remember quite well. She reminded me that the last time we met, I had cleanly forgotten about it, that it was at UNISA. I was invited there to talk about certain judgments that I was involved in, and Professor Sona was present. Which brings me, Prof, to something that I had indicated when I was first approached to come here to this function. I indicated to those who spoke to me that I would be happy to come provided there would be a session at which law students would have access to me. I always insist when I'm invited to universities that I should be accessible to law students. It has not happened. I hope it will happen in the future. I must begin by thanking the choir. They were rendering beautiful music. They also rendered a song in Sesotho. I was quite impressed. Thank you ever so much. And I proceed to thank the speakers. Justice Madlanga has told you it is true. Him and I go a long way back. But I'm not going to traverse the ground that he has already traversed. But he knows that there is a dispute that I declared after he had talked about me elsewhere. I said to him, Makulokolo, I think you have exaggerated many things about me. You were not being truthful in telling these people that I did some of these things. And he said, well, I was speaking the truth as I know it. Justice Madlanga, you repeated those exaggerations today again. The jury is still out, and I think we should get someone who's going to give a fairer conclusion about who I am. Justice Maya as well. This is for the first time that I had her talking. I think she has also exaggerated. I am not the kind of person that they were talking about. Not at all. I think what I have done, I've tried to give it my best at all times, at every opportunity and court at which I had worked, but not to the extent that they had told you. So, Professor Songa, don't get excited and say, we're going to get a gem. I'm not a gem. I think because I was told that I'll have to say a few words, I think I am going to cover 3 parts of my professional life because it's boring. I can't tell you the whole story. You'll fall asleep. So I'm going to break it into 3 parts. The first part relates to what influenced me to take up law as a profession. Back in the 70s, I was in high school. I was doing Form 4. I'm not sure by today's description what class that is. I was doing Form 4 in the mid-70s, and the learners at the school where I was went on strike. We declared a dispute with school management, and we went on strike. And as young people, we declared that we won't go back to classes until our demands were met. The school management, on the other hand, was saying, we will not even begin to address your demands until you go back to class. Then there was a stalemate. A period of about a week went by, and we thought there must be something to break the stalemate. And some of the leaders decided that we were going to burn the storeroom, just to drive the management back to the negotiating table so that they can address our demands. And the storeroom was burnt down at night. The police were called in, and the school management ordered us, all of us, out of the school premises. I went home on a bakkie of my friend's dad just before the police arrived. And all male students were arrested. We were told that all male students, even those who had already left the school, are required at the local police station. And naively, we thought they're going to ask us questions and let us go. We went there, only to be detained. During the detention, the police interrogated us. We'd be taken one by one from the cell, and they would ask who was responsible for burning the storeroom. And some of us, because we were not aware who the actual culprits were, we didn't know. We would answer honestly that we didn't know. And they beat us. They gave us slaps on the face and kicked us on the backside. But I didn't logically understand why we would be beaten. I knew from my home that every time that I was going to get a hiding, my dad would explain as to why I got a hiding. So I understood that you get a hiding for a reason. This time around, the police beat us up for not knowing who actually burnt down the storeroom. And I thought that was unfair. I thought, this is wrong. By then, I didn't know about, concepts like justice and equity. But I thought, this is wrong. And I thought to myself, I wonder whether it is permissible in law that it should be done. But I wouldn't know whether it was permissible unless I became a lawyer. And I thought at that moment that I would like to be a lawyer. But the unfairness did not end there. After a week, we were released from detention. We went to our homes, and the school reopened in July. And we were told, only boys, that you should bring your parent or guardian when you come back to the school. And we went there with my uncle. We went into the principal's office. There were about 3 teachers, including the principal. And they made it clear to me, as they did to others, that I would be accepted back at school provided I gave the names of the ringleaders in the strike. And I thought to myself, I'm nobody's snitch. I'm not going to snitch on anybody. I would rather not come back. But I thought it was unfair because I had been admitted at the beginning of the year at that school without that condition. Now I'm given a condition that if I want to come back, I must snitch on those who led the strike. So I didn't, and I was excluded. I went home for the rest of the year. And I started, because I had nothing to do, I started reading my dad's papers, newspapers, and I read about 3 advocates who were black, and I was attracted to the kind of work that they were doing. Those 3 advocates were Obot Tembile Square, may his soul rest in peace, about Marumo Merane, and about Justice Posa. And later I learned that Marumo Merane and Justice Posa come from my hometown. So that cemented my decision to follow law as a profession. Fast forward, I came here. Justice Matlanga told you 42 years ago. Came here to study law. I graduated and I started my profession as a prosecutor, passionate about putting the bad guys away. But I think it was 2 years or so into being a prosecutor when they declared a state of emergency and emergency regulations were promulgated. And I had a profound problem with it because I was a constitutional lawyer and I thought, I learned from university. They said to us, look, a state of emergency can be declared only when there are extraordinary circumstances. Circumstances like war, or circumstances where there's a serious uprising against the government, a democratic government for that matter, in the country, so that they can preserve that democracy which guarantees human rights to everyone. And I battled in rationalizing what was the threat to the government of the then Transkei. I could understand with the Greater South Africa because in the townships there were uprisings against the apartheid government. I couldn't understand the Transkei. Why would human rights be suspended? Fundamental rights be taken away from the citizens when there's no threat to the government of the day. So I had that problem. Should I prosecute people who are arrested only because they are regarded to have violated emergency regulations by being on the streets, going about their lawful business? That was a difficulty that I faced. But the police, being the police, made it easier for me in two respects. At the beginning, they arrested people even before the curfew time started. I think curfew started at 9. They arrested people even before that and locked them up. The court orderly with whom I was friends whispered into my ear and said to me, you know, that big group of people whom you're going to prosecute, those people were arrested before 9. And then I said, how do you know? He said, I looked at the occurrence book. Then I requisitioned the OB. It was brought to me. Indeed, it was recorded in the occurrence book that they were booked in to the police station, some at 10 to 9, others at 5 to 9, and so on. Then it was an easy decision to make. I declined to prosecute. I said these people were not violating the emergency regulations. The next time around, what they did was to arrest them before 9, but drive around in the bakkie, delivered them at the police station after 9 so that in the occurrence book, it would reflect that they were locked in after 9. But some of them, the police did not know that I was present at the entertainment place where some of the people were arrested. And those people had left before 9. So I knew that they were arrested before 9 o'clock. I declined again to prosecute those people. And because for some reason, which I didn't understand, the emergency regulations were enforced by the so-called security police, whom I thought were a unit that was charged with serious cases like terrorism, sabotage, and so on. But for some reason, they were enforcing those regulations. So they were not happy. The next incident that did not please the security police was when the learners at Tala High went on strike. They were arrested, girls and boys. And their attorney, who was Dumis Nsebeza phoned me to say he would arrive in Kala in the afternoon for the bail hearing of these learners. He was driving from Umtata. Before 1 o'clock, I had a visit from the security police who came to my office and said to me they have been instructed that they should ask me to oppose bail. And I asked, what were the reasons? They said, no, they were investigating. And I asked for the docket. They said, no, the docket is not with us. It is with other office, their regional office in Ngobo. I thought, I didn't understand why would they be opposing bail. These are kids. And I said to them, okay, fine. If you want to oppose bail, who of you is willing to take the stand? Because I'm going to call you, I have to call you, lead evidence that shows that the release of these kids would not be in the interest of justice. None of them was willing to be a witness. Then I said, I can't testify and argue against bail. And when Mr. Nsebeza arrived, he said, well, we want to apply for bail. And I said, well, these are high school kids. Will they afford bail? I think I would not object if they are released on warning. And we agreed, and they were all released on warning. That too did not please the security police. The last incident, which led to my detention and interrogation, was when Batandwa Ndonda was killed. He was a friend of mine. He got picked up by the security police from his home, and as they were driving out, there's only one street, main street in Gala. As they were driving out, he managed to escape from the vehicle. It was a Kumbi. He managed to escape from the vehicle and ran to the nearest homestead. And the police were pursuing him, firing shots. Some of those shots hit him, he fell on the ground, and some of them went over to his body and fired more shots. They wanted to leave him there. The owner of the house protested and said, you can't leave this child here. Whose child is it that you want to kill at my house? They took him away, went to the police station, parked there. I understand he was still alive. They didn't take him to hospital for hours, and eventually they drove towards the hospital, and on arrival, he was declared dead. At that time, his cousins, Dumis Nsebeza and his brother, were in detention. So it fell upon me and other friends to help the family in preparing for the funeral. And the family received notice from the security police saying that the funeral can only be held on a Wednesday. We were preparing for a Saturday funeral. The funeral could only be held on a Wednesday between 10 o'clock and 1 o'clock. I spoke to Ngeba because he was a magistrate at the court where I was. I said, this is the problem. And my plan is to have all cases that I have for Wednesday postponed so that I can go and attend the funeral, which I did. Neba was gracious enough. We postponed those matters, and then I went. That is Advocate Dugada for those who do not know who Neba is. I went to the funeral, and we ran the funeral, finished by 1 o'clock. I went back to my office. About an hour later, the security police came for me and picked me, and I was taken to the police station where I found the head of the security in Transkei. I think it was General Kawe, and the other senior policemen were there, and I was interrogated. The first question that was fired by General Kawe was, "Young man, why do you bite the hand that feeds you?" Now I said, "But General, I don't understand what you mean." He said, "Why do you act against the employer that pays your check?" And, many questions came about. At that time, in my mind, I was just thinking about, okay, where will they take me? Will my parents ever know where I'm going to be taken? Will I be in solitary confinement? Or those were the issues that were running in my mind whilst I was filling the questions. I was kept there for hours, and I couldn't believe it when they said, "You can go." And they had to repeat it, that we're done with you, you now can go. I left. That was Wednesday night. I went to work on Thursday. It was an eventful day. On Friday, the senior magistrate was back. At about 11:30, he asked me to go to his office. I went. He said to me, "I've just been on the phone with Mr. Pagade." I think he was Secretary General, Justice Madlang. "I've just been on the phone with Mr. Pagade. What have you done?" I said, "No, nothing. I don't know what Mr. Pagade would be concerned about." He said, "No, he told me that you are being transferred from Gala with immediate effect." I said, "But don't I have to go to the station where I'm going to be transferred to look for accommodation and do things like that and arrange for transport to take my furniture from here?" He said, Mr. Pakare said a truck was organized and arranged. From his office, that is the magistrate's office, I must go back to my house and start packing, because by 1 o'clock, the truck will be there. And he said, Mr. Pakade remarked that you have to leave immediately. You have been declared a persona non grata in Gala. I said, "Okay, no, that's fine. I can do the packing, but I'm not going to leave." It was a Friday. "I'm not going to leave because I'm not going to go to work." And he said, no, the department is quite concerned about your safety." And I said, "Thank you very much. I understand that. I think the department must be concerned about my safety at work, but after work, I can take care of myself." I stayed with friends over that weekend and reported at my news station, which was Mkanduli, down the road. When I got there, I went to report at the prosecutor's office because I thought I was still a prosecutor, only to be informed later by one of the magistrates that one my prosecutorial authority had been withdrawn. 2, I had been demoted to being an administrative clerk. And I was shown an office where I was going to work. I was approving the issuing of passports and IDs. I don't know how the story went to the JSC, because at one instance when I appeared before the JSC, I was told in an informal session that some people had reported that they benefited from my issuing passports, which they used to skip the country. So that was the time when I told myself, you know what, I have to leave government. I had initially wanted to be an advocate, just like Ababu Justice, Marumo, and Tembile. I have to pursue that dream and leave government. But as things turned out, I was privileged enough to serve the people of this country in almost all the courts. The only court that I did not serve in is the Competition Appeal Court, but the others I have served, and I am indebted greatly to those who made that happen. Justice Madlanga did not tell you that I became a judge by default. He is the one who made the opening for me to act in January 1999 when he got invited to act at the Supreme Court of Appeal. Initially, we thought that it was going to be one term. At the end of the term, I asked Obudok, who was the judge president, that can I now go back to my chambers? The term has ended. He said, incidentally, I've just spoken to the Chief Justice, Ishmael Mohammed. He told me that Madlanga is not coming back. And I'm not going to release you to go back to practice. He said, look, you give me the list of the cases that you're involved in. They can be postponed further until the third term or the fourth term. Hopefully you would go back. At the end of the second term, again, Justice Madlanga was not back. I had to stay on. And at that time, there was a vacancy. Judge Fisa, who was one of the judges in Umtata, was retiring. And I was approached by Ubudumisan Zabeza. I said, you have done well. For the 2 terms, you have done well. Don't you think you should stay permanently? And the pay was very bad at that time. I think we were earning about 13,000 a month. And that was the kind of money that I was making on one brief. Now I have to take this. I had to speak to my wife about it. I said, look, this is the danger. If I go there, it means then that the income for the family is going to be very low. But she said, well, what are the reasons? I told her, no, it's transformation and all that stuff. She said, well, if you don't make yourself available, who is going to make himself available? Then I was convinced that I should go to the bench. And Justice Madlanga had just come back shortly when we went to the interviews because he was one of the panelists as the acting JP then. I remember I spent a very short time at the interviews because Chief Justice Mohammed wanted to proceed to other matters, and then he asked if there was anybody who had a question for me. And I think Ubud Marumo Merani said something, and it was a compliment. And I remember Chief Justice Mohammed banging the table saying, I said I want questions, not compliments. And that was it. I left the interview room, and I was appointed as a judge here. What I found more rewarding as a judge was when the decisions that we make change the lives of people for the better. You could remember, I think, one of the cases that was reported on widely on the media was that of the guy who invented the "Please Call Me Back," Mr. Makate. I understand it has not been resolved as yet, but I understand Vodacom had offered him something like 49 million. So I think Mr. Makate is going to be rich. I conclude by saying, Professor Sona, I think I was pleased to hear that this university will lead in the development of customary law in the honor of Professor Koyan. And I think because it's a university that serves rural communities, it must do so. And I think it must do so to develop customary law to be in line with the Constitution. There's a lot in customary law. I know the chief might not agree with me. There's a lot in customary law which is not in line with the Constitution. But for customary law to survive and flourish, it must be consistent with the Constitution. And I think this university is well placed to do that. Some of us can give assistance here and there when required in that regard. Lastly, Justice Madlanga and I were involved in a case which was peculiar, relating to the upgrading of rights in the land. And I remember we had a debate with him and other justices because the state wanted us to suspend the remedy. This was about not extending the statute that allowed people in Greater South Africa to upgrade their rights in land to ownership. In some instances, people got title deeds on the land that they were occupying. This case arose from Stegspruit, and they argued that it was inconsistent with the Constitution that the same benefit of the Constitution was not extended to the people in the homeland of Transkei. And we agreed. When it came to remedy, the question was, do we suspend the declaration of invalidity so that the authorities in the Transkei can remedy the situation? Justice Madlanga and I were adamant that the people of the Transkei had waited for too long. They should get the same benefit as other people. And we were able to convince the other colleagues. And I think the case is known as Habit versus Sinku municipality. But to my disappointment, Justice Madlanga, I have not as yet seen any progress, if there's any, in implementing the remedy that we provided for in that judgment. I don't know the reason why. Perhaps those who are in the space of land reform would know better. But hopefully that would be given effect to. So that is the boring story of my professional life, and thank you for listening to it.
Yes. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause. Thank you. Yes. As we go on, please. There's a special item, you know, we are at a university and there are structures and there are directorates that we need to as well introduce. Please, Advocate Moisa, Apla Podlani, come forward and speak about that special item. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Director of Utah Sisulu Law Clinic, Advocate Podlani. Apla.
May I greet the Vice Chancellor first? Justice Jafta and his family, all justices here present, Nenkosi ezikhoyo, i-convocation xa iyonke, ndiyanibulisa nonke. I said to Advocate Shuba ngosihleli, this is so unfair. Andiphiwanga kakhulu apha elizweni to have to speak after Justice Jafta with that voice. I think this is a sabotage, but that is fine. I don't know what is special about what I'm going to say to you, but I was asked to say something about the law clinic. But before I do that, let me gloat. Kule nto yee-colleagues ezinconywayo phaa ezinkundleni. Hayi namthembeka ndake ndanconywa. 5 years ago, I go to the Supreme Court of Appeal in Bloemfontein. It was before the advent of virtual hearings. My opponent is Ubutngeba Dugata, may his soul rest in peace. His junior in the matter was Mr. Sambudla, a colleague of mine. So I was on my own. Process yase SCA ke kufika iasha phakula court inkulu inithathe inise ku presiding judge. So the first thing that the usher asks is, where is your opponent? She's looking at all three of us. Where is your opponent? Putngaba Dugata looks at Sambudla, Sambudla looks at me. So Simesi say twins batatu. So I also, Sambudla looks at Sambudla, Sambudla turns, looks at me, I also turn. I know that there's no one behind me. And then eventually the senior member of the Kahoot Putngaba says, he is our opponent. And if you think I'm smaller in stature now, you must think about me 5 years ago. So we go, the presiding judge happens to be Usis Mandi Samai. So as we climb the steps here, kule office, the scales are, do you understand? But the scales not as lingani kakhulu. But do you understand, man? No, she is weighing our weight. She knows nothing about the case. So it must be where thina imizimba yethu uba mingakanani. Sifike xa sifika asamkele nyani uSisi Mandisa. The first thing she said is, before we deal with the case, I don't care about what direction the case goes. I have to say this here and now. My son, those heads, that was wonderful. So when a chairperson of council unqonywa so adywisile sinqonywa singekathethi thina. So you must work harder. I was asked to say something about the clinic. There's a clinic here at university. But it came across as quite odd for me to be asked to say something about the Walter Sisulu Law Clinic in a gathering that is full of lawyers. What am I going to say to lawyers about a law clinic? I mean, I would expect them to know what a clinic is, to know what the clinic does, and. And then Ford came here and said, it's going to specialize on customary law cases, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, I'm the director of that clinic, and I don't know this, what is she talking about? Justice Jafta, shortly before he left the podium, also followed this line. What is this? But anyway, the clinic has been there for the longest time, but unfortunately, in my research about it, it seems to have had the unfortunate incidents of being moribund, ngamaxesha athile, to the extent that when I went through the files at the clinic, I realized, and I was told by the staff I found in the clinic, that yayigqityelwe uaccredithwa ngo-2018. And this reminded me about the time when I was being interviewed in December last year. Professor Masele Sele gave me an opportunity to ask questions, and the first question I asked was whether the clinic is accredited or not. And there was a little bit of hesitation before this question was answered. And that hesitation actually was an answer for me, because it told me that, okay, there's no accreditation here. And from where I'm coming, if you don't have an accreditation, you are not a clinic. And that is exactly what I said when I was commenting on the answer that was given to me. She then said to me, well, if you are appointed, it will be part of your brief to get accreditation for the clinic. I'm happy to say we do have a clinic. Yesterday, 23 June 2022, I received a letter from the director of the Legal Practice Council in the Eastern Cape. In part, it reads, we confirm that the Eastern Cape Provincial Council resolved to formally accredit the Walter Sisulu University Law Clinic. And so I was looking at this letter yesterday afternoon, I was thinking, okay, Professor Masele Sele said to me, your responsibility will be to see to it that we have accreditation. There is now accreditation. What am I still doing here? But I said earlier, what am I going to tell lawyers about a clinic? Because predominantly here, there are lawyers and judges. It's not a fancy thing that we do there. We don't do commercial cases. We're not going to get a case, Yomdoti, in a foreclosure. His car is being repossessed by a bank. He invented to please call me. Vodacom is not paying. We're not going to have that kind of a case. So the best way I thought to myself I could illustrate to you what it is that we are doing is to tell you about the lives that we touch. And I will do so with reference to 3 matters that come to mind. The first, just yesterday at about 4:45 in the afternoon, I received a call. We work with paralegal centers in the Eastern Cape. I didn't know that in Mount Frere-Kwabhaca, where Justice Madlanga comes from and Justice Makaula comes from, there's a paralegal center. That in Matatiele, there are 2 paralegal centers, one in town and one in a rural area. So that there's a monopoly enayo in Matatiele over other places, paralegal centers. And I've been to all these in the formal Transkei. Physically, in Mount Fletcher, there is one in Lusikisiki, in Flagstaff, in Port St. John's, to create relations with them so that we could deal with cases that they can't deal with. Because abakwazi we are court and the legal clinic in a staff, it has lawyers, I'm there, there's an attorney, and. But that should tell you that sidilishana nabantu who are indigent, who do not have money. And this relates to the story I was starting about yesterday at 4:45 in the afternoon. A call comes, kufonu umuntu ku-paralegal center esemkanduli, he says, Mr. Podlani, I can't narrate this story. I would rather have you speak to the client directly. So I say, okay, that's fine. Let's talk. A very old gogo, in my estimation, probably above 60, 65. She says to me, Mntanam digwetyiwe. Ugwetyelwe ntoni mama? Digwetywe komkhulu. Ugwetywe ntoni mama? Digwetywe i-3,000 rand. Alile lo mama. Dinyamezela apha efowunini. Ndixakiwe phofu uba mandithini kumama omdala olilayo. Amcounselishe ke utata uBhedla wale paralegal center semqanduli. Iqhubeleke conversation eventually. Athi mama digwetywe kuthiwa ndibulele ibhokhwe. Okay. Mama yenzeke njani lento? Hayi mntanam kwangena ibhokhwe egadini kwam zatya umbona wam zawubhuqa ndingekho ndisecaweni. I came back in the afternoon. Ndazithatha ezibhokhwe ndazivalela ebuhlanti. Ndahamba ndayobika komkhulu. Nda-arrange nenkosi uba makuze abanikazi bezibhokhwe bazozithatha mna ndimangele komkhulu. The following day, kufunyanwa enye ibhokhwe eyaziwa ngabanikazi bayo ihamba nezi bezivalelwe ndim. Ndityholwa kanjalo ke uba ibulewe ndim le bhokhwe. Isikhalazo sam ke ngoku mntanam silapha. I lost my corn, now I have to pay 3,000 rands. Mama, kubhenwa phi ke xa ugwetywe kule ndawo ugwetywe kuyo? Kubhenwa enqileni mntanam. Inkundla engasentla kuyiwe enkosini. Abantu bayamelwa mama pha enqileni kuba kaloku thina singamagqwetha. Hayi mntanam abamelwa, kodwa ke ndifuna nindincedise apha ekubheneni. Ndithe uba ndithi hayi mama sakuncedisa. I could feel the joy in that old woman's heart and soul. I could feel that if bendiseca kwakhe, I would touch it. Those are the kinds of cases that law clinic has to deal with. The other I want to talk to you about is the case of a 78-year-old woman who said to us she's being evicted by her husband. She was married with this, she is married, in fact, there's no divorce. They've been married since 1967. I don't know how many of us were there in 1967, but certainly I wasn't there. She says to us, Ndanam andifuni kuhamba pha ngumzi wam lo, andazi mzi wumbi. Utata lo undikhupha apha inhloko yekhaya, kodwa nam ndiyiyo. Ngela xesha sasisakha lo mzi wayengasebenzi, ndim owayesebenza ndithengisa amasekeni nefruit neveg. Only about 10 or 15 years later did he find a job in the mines. Kodwa umzi lo wona ndikhutshwa kuwo sowumile. Wancedisa ke naye ekuwakheni ukuya phambili. Ndikhutshelwa ntoni ke ngoku emzini wam? Those are the kinds of cases that we have to deal with. Now, xa ubabuza ba mama, you have to, xa ithi umama ufuna ubhena uzawubhenela enqileni. You must understand that is an instruction. Ndizawubhena and ndizawubhenela enqileni. She's saying to you, I want to follow and to take the customary course because this is what I live. This is what my community is about. These are the values that as that particular community we affiliate with. So we need your assistance. Don't bring us something else that we don't know. It reminded me about a dissenting judgment ebhalwe Justice Froneman kwimatha kaSigcawu versus the Minister of Cocta. In his introductory remarks, he quoted a case ka, I think nguThandiswa Mazwai, who sings into ethi nizilibele into okokuba ningobani na. We deal with people who say, don't bring us something else. Follow this route. This is who we are. Help us kule ndawo sikuyo by emboldening values ezi zethu. Don't take away. Make it better, at least if you may. And so I felt embarrassed xa ndibuza kulo gogo ndithetha naye izolo xa ndibuza uba mama kubhenwa phi, because I felt I should have known this if ndiyazazi uba ndingubani na mna, because zizinto zasekhaya ezathetha ngazo lo mama. But xa ithi ufuna ukubhena, what comes to mind is judges ezintathu or even the magistrates court. It is not a chief or a king in that area, in that line. So sinolo xanduva ke of assisting, create, nurture, not create rather, nurture, make better, jurisprudence ekhoyo kwezi ndawo abantu abahlala kuzo. And I really feel when you talk to them that you are impacting these lives really, really very well. Lo mama uxothwa ngumyeni wakhe una 78 years. Probably for the first time clinic yasewuso, and judges here present would know. In the last 10 years at least, they've never seen court roll Walter Sisulu Law Clinic. On Tuesday next week, we'll be moving our first agenda application. And we're not doing it because we feel we are the best, we are brilliant. In fact, there are already interventions. I saw Mr. Majali here. I got a message, and I must acknowledge it, from one of my colleagues. He says, whenever you have matters, whenever you need an extra pair of hands, we are there to do your work as the clinic on a pro bono basis. And we appreciate that. We aren't running away from the fact that for a very long time, the clinic has had its problems. But that is history. It's a very important history. Important only for us to draw lessons from it and nothing else. 2 points are important to underscore before I leave. A law clinic in a university that operates in a province that is largely rural, such as ours, offers this university an opportunity to tap into those indigenous knowledge systems. We can do this, but we cannot do it alone as the 5 staff members as per a clinic. The lawyers here present, you are our very most important tool. It is not possible, it would never be possible for a law clinic to attend to all these matters as Sugagwes villages in and around the former Transkei, in a staff members as Ntlana. And so that call that Mr. Majali made to us to say, we are available. Nongeka yenzi sizawonkonkoza sithi make yourself available. We ask you kindly to open those doors for us when we come. And to the colleagues at the bar, some cases will require that counsel be briefed on a pro bono basis. We ask you kindly to make yourselves available. We are hopeful that very soon there'll be a case that comes from the Walter Sisulu Law Clinic that goes through all the courts to the Constitutional Court. We are aware that it will not find Justice Jafta there. It probably may not even find Justice Matlanga, but we are hopeful that we will find Justice Maya there. Secondly, from what we are seeing now, the clinic is steadily rebuilding. Now, a properly functioning law clinic at Walter Sisulu will enable abantu balapha ekuhlaleni whom it serves truly to live lives of dignity. You get to understand this when you speak to an old woman wasemqanduli esithi mntanam andinayo nale mali yoba ndizoconsulta nawe kulo clinic. You log a call with her and say, Mama, sawuconsulta ngo-11 ngomsusu uncede ifowuni yakho ibe seca kwakho. Uba ubusemasimini uvuna, uncede wazi uba uza kuyeka ukuvuna noba yi-euro okanye ezimbini, si-consult efonini. The satisfaction they get ngalo mbeko esibanika yona. We deal with people who say, le agent application sizayenza Tuesday. We had to pay usheriff ngokwethu phaa clinic. Mrs. Qikane paid the sheriff 1.5 because umama uthi andinayo mntanami imali ka-sheriff. She has a genuine problem. A roof over her head today, tomorrow is gonna be no more. For that process to go to the respondent, the sheriff must serve. As much as we don't bill fees, but we are entitled at least to recover the disbursements. What do you recover from a 78-year-old gogo whose livelihood is based on nothing else but a social grant, which is less than 1.5? So those are the cases that we deal with. And we joke as lawyers, say, oh, when the cases they're and don't. But when we actually do those cases, that's when you actually understand to what extent do you impact really on people's lives. Politicians, except for the Minister of Justice, our people, the poorest of the poor. Those are the people that we deal with. So the point to this is, please be there for us. There is a clarion call currently for colleagues to give us, to donate books to the clinic. We don't have books. We know if we requisition books up at school, we need a budget. The Vice Chancellor knows how to do these things, we'll access money. But deliberately, because we want to reconnect with our own people, products of this university. That's why we go to you. Ford is telling me that there is even a speed point. Those who are able to make a donation today, we are happy to accept it. She says, put your money where your book is. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
All right, now comes my part. Each book is 1,500. A table can decide to buy how many books. I'll start with Justice Meyer. How many books are you giving? You're giving one book. Can somebody go assist Justice Meyer with her book? Thank you very much, Justice. That little interview yesterday was nothing. This is something. Can somebody please, from MCA, from advancement, please, somebody please need to attend to Justice Meyer? All right. Okay. Where is Minister? I don't see the Minister. The Minister, the Honorable Minister is here. Can somebody clap for him? The Minister is the tall gentleman with an absolutely gorgeous skin and is about to make his purchase right now. Can somebody, after Justice Meyer purchases, go attend to the Minister, please? I'll come for the others.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. This isn't going to be an ongoing, there's going to be interaction here, but let us finish the business of the day first, then we'll go on. Ladies and gentlemen, you are invited because you are so special. You are invited because you are capable and you are friends of this institution. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to Advocate Bodlani, we now know about the law clinic. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. The President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, would have been here personally today. Because of other commitments, he akakwazanga uba lapha nathi. But he has sent no less than the Honorable Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Minister Ronald Lamola, who will be our main speaker today. But before the minister comes, I need to mention the following, Minister. Okay, just hold on, I need to address. Apologies, I was just speaking about him, and he will be coming very soon. But we have one item before him of Nkosikazi Nobongo before the. But don't come. Let me do my thing. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As I was saying, the president would have been here in person, but he have sent no less than the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Services. Minister, before you come, let me highlight the following, that other than the justices who are here present, who have honored us with their presence, I know very well that there are justices of the Constitutional Court, we've seen them, of the SCA, of the High Court. We are also, we need to mention that Justice Jafta, who is the celebrant, uze nefamily yakhe apha namhlanje kwenza uba abone bebe part of this. Not only has he done that, kuye kwathiwa makaze nabo nabantu abangabantu bakhe abamemile, his special people. Ladies and gentlemen, ndilapha nje andizange uba ndibizwe invest, I'm one of his special people. I need to mention that. And not only is that, Minister Snabo, that these families, there is these two manners that are here with us. They are somewhere there, they are special people of the celebrant. Ombe, Chu, they are with us as well as celebrant, as those special people. I need also to mention that Apa Mpatiswa, I've seen the president of the Black Lawyers Association, Mr. Maswazi, the president of NADEL, Mr. Nokiesi, should be here with us as well. There are academics, professors here, illustrious professors, because this is a university. I've seen our father here, Professor Mazwa is amongst us here present. There are business people here present. Kupinde, kube khona ke our traditional leaders. Besesi vile ke osoqaleni ba ukhona uAnobongo uzabe thetha apha, sinayo no Adilizindaba, who is also your deputy minister Mhlekazi. As I do so, Minister, I need to highlight the following as well. This is a province of legends, as you would know. With us here, you will know as well, into Kokuba, apha Mhlekazi, this is now the OR Tambo District Municipality, Aposkoyo ngoku. The street in front of us, Kuse Nelson Mandela Street. Sisoqala in the whole of South Africa than many Nelson Mandelas, but this is the real Nelson Mandela, where this university is situated. And as well, this is also the King Sawal Tatalintjebo.
One, two, one. One, two.
It turns out, okay, no bongo.
Enkosi Tops. Hayi bendiqonda into yobana noba sekuthiwa ayinambeko le mic ayinawuvele itoyitoye izitoyitoye engenaflag xa kungenile komkhulu. Mandibulise. Ndibulisa utata uJafta nosapho lwakhe. Ngumkhaya lona nenkosikazi yakhe. Kitswalwa Matatiele, where Jesus was nearly born, where a train makes a U-turn. Sisuka apho ke. Ndibulise ngokhethekileyo ifamily kaProfessor Koyana. Kakhulu Advocate Gwen Koyana. My Leonard. Ndisisikhulu bethunana ndinxiba igiyasi emnyama ndiphinde ndinxibe ubukhosi. Ndiqhubeke ndibulise the royalty starting with our king, the king of abaThembu, Azwe Libanzi. Ndibulise ne-queens zelilizwe loMzantsi Afrika. Ndibulise the traditional leadership institution in its entirety, the deputy minister, the justices, VC, legal fraternity, the USU convocation, and the EC community at large. This prestigious event really coincided with the laying to rest of one of our kings, this province, King Zanozuko. May we observe just a moment of silence in honor of one of our kings. May his soul rest in peace. We are acknowledging our kings because this institution was built on the land that was donated by the king of abaThembu. Ngeyingekho le university uba kwangakhange niphiwe emhlaba usu ikumkani yabaThembu. A university that has produced the most notable persons, hence we are gathered here today. It is also not a mistake that the royalty is part of this program. I serve at Sajay Council as a council member, the South African Judicial Education Institute, under Chief Justice Uzondo. I serve in the Planning and Curriculum Committee. Ndizamile. Kungekho lula for into okubana inkosi ziye kwi training ye mediation. As a result, apha kuJuly sizinkosi njengoba nizawutrainwa nizi judges by the Utah, eza judges zase Utah silapho na va inkosi. Sincedwa ke ngu Lady Justice uBhoqwana no Justice uJP Ulikhodi. So the reason why we facilitate these kind of trainings, we are trying to close the gap between the traditional courts and our courts. It is thus very imperative into kokubana inkosi they are capacitated so that kwehliswe i-load ye courts. Londo izawunceda kakhulu but ke ngoku ayizukwazeka lonto singakhange sibe sicapacitatiwe. Uthethe kamandi gqithi uAdvocate Bodlani apha because uthathe kakhulu kule ndicinga into kokubana I stand for yona as inkosi. Manditsho kuba as both as a practicing attorney and inkosi, we really need to balance la macala omabini because we believe into yobana iinkundla zasemakhaya ziyadingeka. Because as iinkundla zasemakhaya we practice the restorative justice. Zenu nibetha justice. Basayifuna le restorative justice. So sicapaciteni moneli, and we are looking forward ke ngoku into kokubana i-traditional courts bill anytime soon ingapasa mayifike noko emhlabeni osowuhlakuliwe sincediswa zi-judges. Andinawukwazi uyishiya into ye-struggle of a black rural child. I'm making an emphasis kwi-black rural child because i-statistics sale university ubuyasiqwalasela abantwana abaninzi baphuma emakhaya. So kuyanyanzeleka ke ngoku into kokubana ndithethe nge-black rural child. These struggles that they endure every day abantwana ukuze babe bayaphumelela kwimfundo yabo. But ndiqinisekile even today the justices that we are celebrating nazo they've got stories to tell. Seke sitshilo ke sakhe umkhaya into kokubana what drove him to do law. No Professor Koyana bebekhona ebenositsho esakhe. Kodwa I can safely say okanye ndingaqinisekisa into kokubana ingxaki ezininzi zihamba ne-finances for umntana womuntu omnyama. Now I've got my own story to tell. Ndiqale i-BUris degree yami apha kule university. Kwegqi umtshato ndabaleka emva komyeni xa kebheke ePretoria ndayidampa i-BUris apha. Ndafika ndaresearcha e-University of Pretoria. Now ngenxa ye-financial constraints ifia lapha ayifani ne-University of Pretoria. Ndifika pha hey umnqantse kwakwi-registration uyonyuka kufuneka ndiyokwenza i-loan. Ndiyifumanele loan on the last day ye-registration. Ndibaleke ndiyorejistarisha. Ndifuna ukuxela nge-struggle of a black child. I-class it was on a Friday. I-class ndizawuqala kuyo on a Monday. Ndibheke eklasini. Xa ndifike eklasini on a Monday very excited. Kodwa ke ngoku seyifeyizwe kwakufuneka uyigqibezele i-BUris yakho kule institution ubuyiqale kuyo. Andisakwazi ukugqibezela i-BUris e-University of Pretoria sekufuneka ndiqale i-LLB. Likhona ixhalana because ndandibaleka i-LLB because ndisoyika i-accounting. Kodwa ke here I am today. I'm an LLB graduate. Ndayibhithi accounting ndayoyisa. Now ndifike eklasini on a Monday kuthiwa ke sizi-tax nafir. That is i-class ka after 5. Uyangena le lecturer i-class yami yokuqala was law of evidence. Angene athi how many African students? Hey, almost half of the class izandla ziphakama. In fact not half. Almost the entire class izandla zibheke phezulu. Kuthiwe English sibe bambalwa athi will proceed in Afrikaans aqalise. And yazi noba kubethwa abaphi. I'm talking of the struggles a black child. Now I've got my own struggles. Ndiphume pha xa ndiphuma ndithi ndiye kuye ndim-approache andisayazi negama lakhe because I was so pissed off. Ndithi kuye andivanga nobuthini. Athi ke that is not my problem. Take the problem up with the dean. Komba hey Nkosi yami lo sisi kutheni ngathi uthakwathwe ngami. Kodwa akakho nto noyenza ndibheke kwi-dean the following day, that is on a Tuesday. When I got to the dean, unannounced, akukho lula ungena pha xa ndaqoma ndizaza netoyitoyi yaseTranskei. I managed to meet with the dean. Ndimxelele le ngxaki yam. Athi register for i-Afrikaans Communicas so that you'll understand English. So before ufunde i-evidence, funa ndiqale nditolike nge-Afrikaans Communicas. Ndithi mina no. Ndimbona uba akayi-understandi kwale nto uba ndibe andi-understandi kwayi-Afrikaans le. Ndiqonda uba okay this is the game I'm equal to. Ndithi yo kuyatshisa ke kakhulu ngale mini. Ndithi yo alitshisi ilanga apha phandle likhupha umkhovu etyeni. Athi what? Ndithi utheni ungayi-understand isiXhosa? Kodwa ke I couldn't win that battle. I had to deregister. I'm telling you of the struggles of a black child. The point I'm driving home, yinto kokubana our children, especially rural children, nazo, they are suffering the same challenges. Into ebangba nditsho is because there is an NSFAS. U-NSFAS uye wayimpendulo kwilizwe elixakeke kakhulu ekufuneka linike umntana womuntu omnyama imfundo. We applaud our government for that. Ndicela simxhwabele. Kodwa guess what? There's a challenge because there is a timetable for the start of academic year in all the institutions. But due to poor planning of releasing finances late, that has shattered so many dreams. The non-release of certificates after they've completed their degrees has also shattered dreams of so many. So ithi ke ngokulonto iyafuna into kokubana ezi zinto zikrotyelwe. Minister ukhona apha phakathi kwethu. At least ke kule class useva kuyo ke endicinga ba ke siyadibana from time to time ngenxa ye programs apha eNational House. Uzukuthethe naphi notata uNzimande ake ayizame lento yobana ifunds okanye athi hold accountable la company iqashwe ukurelease imali zabantwana into bana mayizirelease on time because amaphupha ayaphelelwa kula process. On this day, as we are celebrating this 46 years of existence of the law faculty, honoring these great men and women produced by this institution, ndicela ukhwelwa kule nqwelo bendiyibhalele lento ndathi khini umoya uyathungelana because bendiqonda into ukubana ndizawuthi makuplejwe into kokubana makukhutshwe imali by abantu abalapha bebethela the law faculty ukwenzela uba i-students ezenze i-law zifumana izetifiketi zazo because awukwazi kwawungena law school ungaphathanga into ethi ndipasile okanye ndishiyeke ne-course eyi-1. So on that note ndicela izazela zishukume into kokubana umntana womuntu omnyama okule university xa uyihambile le ndlela khawuthi extend that gesture sikhwele kuye as usemthandile ethenga incwadi kweli cala. Let us pump nakweli cala lento kokubana uke uzazi ba urelease i-certificate somntana womuntu omnyama uhleli kule ndlu. We studied the commercial law where we were taught about promissory notes. Ningaba ninayo i-cash ngoku kodwa ke ngoku masithi go back to ila era ye promissory notes nizawupromisa ke bantakwethu even in this era ye EFT. So siphinda back ke kula law kamandi ke bakhona abantu abayazi yaphi commercial law. In conclusion, ndiza ku-VC of this university. Professor Koyana wrote a book, okanye ke somebody said he was an author and also wrote articles. Ndifuna ukutsho into kokubana ebe-advocate customary law. Ithi ke ngokulonto as an advocate of the customary law, it came to my attention into bana this university umntu otshate customarily ayimniki i-benefits that are extended to those people who are married by civil rights. If that is the truth, that is a violation of human rights and the freedom of choice yomntu ochuza utshata customarily. Ngoku asinawuma apha sicelebrate uProfessor Koyana obeyi-advocate customary law sigqibe singayi-acknowledge loo nto kule university. This is a serious call. Ndicela into beniqwalaselwe loo nto. Amandla kaProfessor Koyana okubhala incwadi ye-customary law masingadlali ngawo. Mandibulele kakhulu enkosi.
Ladies and gentlemen. No bongo. Thank you so much. Minister, just before you come, we cannot not come before. You can imphakamiseni kwenziwa njani kule process. Thank you. Water Sulu Cultural Society, over to you. Aizakutula ngok, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Correctional Services. Thank you. Saya Bilimbongi. Hlakazi. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Program Director. I'm glad that this is real now. The Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University, Professor Songa, the President of the Supreme Court of Appeal, Justice Maya, Judge of the Constitutional Court, Judge Madlanga, the Deputy President of the Deputy Judge President of the Eastern Cape Provincial Division, Judge Tlangulela, the Chairperson of the Council of the Walter Sisulu University, and the President of the Convocation, Advocate Tembega Ngwaitobi, the President of the Student Representative Council, Mr. Mangisa Batandwa, all judges who are present this evening, the alumni of the institution, our guest of honor and the celebrant, Justice Christopher Nyaole Jafta, and his entire family that is here with us this evening. I'm honored to be here on behalf of the President of the Republic of South Africa to convey our message of gratitude to Justice Jafta and his family for his long service to the people of the Republic of South Africa. His distinguished service is unparalleled to none. It is an honor that the family has bestowed to the people of the country. And for that, we'll forever be grateful. I've heard when you were speaking that it came at a huge sacrifice. In the public eye, it looks like being a judge is one of those prestigious and colorful careers. But in the family, sometimes it can hit hard in the pocket, because most of the judges are drawn from active service of being senior counsels who are well paid in private practice. So it's a huge sacrifice for black practitioners to leave practice to be judges. And for that, we want to thank his wife for having allowed Justice Jafta to serve the country. When you said, Justice Jafta, that there is a dispute between you and Justice Madlanga, I said to myself, hey, we are going to have a constitutional crisis. Because who will now adjudicate this dispute? One thing that strikes me about Justice Jafta, it is his contagious laugh. He really does enjoy his laugh. I'm told that wherever he is, he cracks a lot of jokes. In the Constitutional Court, for sure, they are going to miss him for that. And I know and suspect that even in the family, they are happy now that they have received him. He will continue to crack jokes with them. But I'm also told that he was one of the best dressers at the Concord. He had style, and they said that on Friday, it was his days of wearing the green chinos. So they will miss those green chinos at the Concord. On a serious note, he is known to be a firm but a very fair judge. You have to know your story if you were to think of convincing him, mainly due to his knowledge of the law and his commitment to prepare before sitting in any matter. Justice Jafta also struck me as a critical thinker, intensely practical. At very least, that was his judgment reveals. That his fiercely independent-minded judge is born by a number of dissents and concurring judgments that are now in our law reports. I must hasten to say how I wished and yearned that his dissent in the Helen Suzman Foundation versus the Judicial Service Commission case relating to the inclusion of transcripts of the JSE deliberations as part of the Rule 53 record had been the majority judgment. I wish that would have been the majority judgment because our secrets would have been kept safe. But that was not meant to be. His judgment a direct and classical application of the FILAC rule, a quick exposition of the facts and a very detailed outline of the law, with a persuasive conclusion. I suppose this was the lecture in you, shining Justice Jafta. One can say that your exposition of the law helped cut through its complexity in the main that it makes justice accessible to the people. I have no doubt that practitioners and academics will continue to imbibe in your knowledge inscribed in our law reports for generations to come. They will continue to learn. Practitioners will continue to refer to your work long before you have left this world. In the matter of the Dengede Holdings, PTY Holdings, Justice Jafta really shows us the depth of legal interpretation in the manner in which he unpacks Section 96 of the Mineral and Petroleum Development Act. I heard today that you are a lecturer of interpretation of statutes. I now understand where that phrasing came from. The phrase proper construction is certainly synonymous with you. In most of his judgments, you will always find it there. In administrative law matters, Justice Jafta is an intellectual giant. On countless occasions, we have heard you reinstate the principle. The discretion to choose a suitable means is that of a repository of public power. This was in a matter of the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development versus the South African and insolvency practitioners, where you reinstated the principle, and on many matters related to administrative justice. But you also stated that rules are not meant for themselves, but they are meant to enable access to our courts. These were some of the judgments that I do believe will continue to help South Africans to access justice. When the apartheid regime set out the stall against black people, they did not intend for people of the caliber of yourself to lead in society. They expected that you will only end here at WUSU. You succeeded despite all the challenges under the apartheid regime. You defied the odds to ascend to the apex court in our land. Today's students have got no excuse. The sky is the limit for today's practitioners. We must be proud that we have succeeded during the most difficult times, when it was not fashionable to stand for your conviction. We have stories that you told us today on how you were demoted from being a clerk, from being a prosecutor to a clerk, because of what you stood for and for your conviction. Shows that you are a man who stood for principle, who stood for justice. And for that, we are forever indebted to you as a country and as young South Africans who have benefited from your struggle. And we also learn that selflessness and principle is important for any nation to survive. It's not only money, and conspicuous consumption. But you made life, you were selfless, and you stood for what you believed in, for us to be where we are today as a nation. And for that, we want to bid you farewell as a constitutional court judge, but we do believe that the community where you're going to reside has now benefited an elder who is going to give gently counsel to his family and to the community where you will be residing. You will now be resolving those small issues that Advocate Bodlana was talking about. The disputes about cattle, the disputes about lobola in the villages, and all those smaller issues. You will be forever, your counsel will be called upon from time to time. On behalf of the South African government and the President of the Republic of South Africa, we want to wish you well in your retirement. Thank you very much.
Minister Ronald Lamola, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we'll come to the end of our program, but we cannot not have the vote of thanks. Sibulelwe ke ngokuba sibe silapha. Siqhubeka kuhle kakhulu nobuzawutsho uvisi. Yes, I now at this stage call Professor Sheila Rochella Nolilisonga, our Vice Chancellor, to give a vote of thanks. It's a pity. Okay. Just one. Okay.
Before the prof closes and everybody goes home, we need more money.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen,
We need money.
there's some commercial that's going to be happening here. It's very important that we deal with that that aspect. Anizwahamba ke is that we need to have this commercial.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here again. And we know what the story is. It's okay if tables talk to each other and say 200, 200, 200, but we need to save tables. We can't let our dignity of our tables go unsaved. So, each table, I'll give you 30 seconds. You discuss amongst yourselves how much you guys are going to be contributing so that there is no shameful table. And I will start with Advocate Ngugaitobi. A set is 6,000. Where is Advocate? He's busy buying votes there. But you need to come this side. Come. Can somebody please bring the speed point? Advancement? Speed point. There he is. A set is 6,000. He's going to take a set. He's taking a set. The director of the clinic, was your set delivered? Okay, all right, thank you. Advocate Maga, I saw him somewhere. Judge Skuman is raising her hand. Oh, no, not. You are still in discussions. Okay, she is raising her hand. Can somebody attend to Judge Skuman, please? It's gone. Thank you so much, Chair of Council. Judge Skuman is saying something there. I think she's going to be the hero for that table. All right. Mr. Mchabe, the Mchabe twins, I know they bought one book already, but I think it's only fair that they double the books. They can't bring one book here. No. They bought 3. All right. Okay, cool. There's another twin coming. There's a triplet coming. Judge Skuman has just done her deed. this side needs to do something. It has got to stand up for its faction. You can't let your faction go down like this. Oh, there, the executive director for student affairs saves the table. But there are gentlemen there, I don't know. Don't they want to, come on board? Leletu? Okay, you can deal with Judge. All right, the minister wants something else again, wants to do something else again. Can somebody keep on, Bongo? Can you keep on thanking the people that have donated, please? All right. Judge Skuman's table is quite excited. There's another card coming out. I can see it. There it is. The hand is up. The hand is up. Definitely the hand is up. Leleto. There's another one. All right. I would also like to acknowledge Miss Tando Nolacho. She helped us with the groceries in Butterworth. She's there. She helped us with groceries in Butterworth for the students that are unfunded. That is our sponsor right there. Thank you so much, my sister. All right, there. Next to Deputy Minister, it's 1, 2, 3. The gentleman was touching his card somewhere. Here. Leletu, here. You've collected all of. Okay, the table has been saved officially. That table has done its deeds. Okay, this table has been saved. Any other table? The Mchabe table has been saved. These people who want to be elected for convocation tomorrow, where are they? There they are. They could, 300 is fine. Aniko, right. 200 for each person there, so that we move to 1,000. Yes. All right, the Vice Chancellor can come to the floor. We will continue to be collecting these books. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There should be a saver. We're just short of 10,000 rand, we are told. I'm pledging I will be donating books, real books. Yes, real books. So I've spoken with Advocate Bodlani. Books. What is it? Thank you. Thank you. Now, I take it we can call the VC. Ladies and gentlemen, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Son.
Good evening, colleagues. I know that we are busy donating, so maybe that's why there's a little bit of a noise. The Honorable Chief Patekile Holomisa, Her Royal Highness Nkosikazi Nobongo Ngonyama, Dumela mme, members of the judiciary, Justices Madlanga and Maya, our host, the chairperson of council, and ladies and gentlemen, mine is an easy task. I must say that Walter Sisulu is greatly humbled and honored by your presence here this evening as we celebrate Justice Jafta by honoring the 46 years of legal training provided by WSU to the people of the Eastern Cape and beyond. On this occasion, we join the convocation to celebrate our achievements and chart a way forward to ensure the continued and sustainable provision of legal training and services for decades to come. As a legal scholar myself, I'm personally humbled by the presence of great legal minds, past generations, the current generation, and I'm certain the generations to come. Early in my legal training, I realized the value of mentors. And when I first became an academic, WSU, then called the University of Transkei, was the second institution that I worked for. And I had great mentors like Justice Hlope and Professor Justice Hlope, and you know personally that those mentors set the bar in their career from far afar and create room for the younger generation to aspire towards. Your names should not only be written in textbooks and court judgments, but should herald a pathway for success that any graduate can look towards in moments of doubt and fear, as we often face during our training and early foray into practice. Sitting here with you tonight made me nostalgic for the long days spent reading and analyzing and separating the wheat from the chaff, and eventually ended with graduation. That thought, however, brought me to the challenge we face as educators of the next generation of legal practitioners. And the question is, where from here? We so often concentrate on graduating a cohort of students that we fail to understand the challenges that they face once they leave our gates and enter the world. This is where I find the greatest contribution of the law clinic and the concentration of practical training and interaction with clients as an invaluable tool to ensure that our students are well-rounded and well-grounded. The services provided by the law clinic no doubt affect the lives of those who have no other access to legal services and are often the most marginalized in our society. But they also touch the lives of our students as they ensure a reciprocal mechanism of learning where knowledge is grounded in worldview and experience. In other words, at least from my perspective, the law clinic provides real work contact, and it is an indispensable part of any law curriculum. I'm often troubled when colleagues tell me that a university is a place of knowledge creation and not practical implementation, that should be left to the real world. In response, I often ask if they would see a medical doctor who has never seen an inside of a hospital or been exposed to treatment protocols. In addition, what is the real world, if not the experiences and exposures that enrich the generation of knowledge and learning with human experience, along with all its frailties and challenges? Honorable Minister Lamula, as a graduate of the University of Venda, I need to speak no further on the difficulties faced by the historically disadvantaged institutions in their efforts to reinvent themselves in the already strained higher education market. I am deeply humbled by your presence here tonight as a product, at least at the undergraduate level, of a historically disadvantaged university, and as a Minister of Justice and Correctional Services. We are indebted to you, sir, for demonstrating that your office is committed to the cause of higher education and for showing that so-called historically disadvantaged universities are worthy of national attention and intervention in some instances. I am committed to our academic program, a core function of any university. It is this commitment that has brought our Vision 2030 to life, a vision that is unapologetic in its centralization of academic excellence. Your contribution to this cause is at once both courageous and indicative of a belief in the currency of our country, where intellectual capital forms the basis for all future focus endeavors. Her Royal Highness Nkosikazi Nobongo Ngonyama, thank you for your kind words here tonight. As an institution striving for Afrocentricity, law plays a central role in curriculum renewal and development, and I'm certain our law colleagues could benefit from your unique experiences of the intersectionality between constitutionalism, customary law, and the lived experiences of most of our Eastern Cape people. Justice Maya, I'm grateful for your presence here tonight and the wonderful tribute you delivered. Professor Koyana was my dean when I was a lecturer at the then University of Transkei. We posthumously acknowledge his contribution as one of the first deans of law at the then University of Transkei. You were a trailblazer at a time when setting a fire, even at a metaphorical one, was not a well-respected act. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the members of Professor Koyana's family here with us today. Your sacrifices laid the foundation of our legal offerings, and we are in your debt. Justice Mazanga and Justice Maya, as degree holders of the then University of Transkei, I cannot even begin to explain the buzz that went through our campuses during your recent nominations of Chief Justice. I do not think that there's a law student or staff member who has not memorized your CVs, and thus I will not speak of your achievements here tonight, short of thanking you for your service to South Africa and for being the mentors I spoke of earlier. Your contributions are mammoth, and we salute you both as justices and human beings who, through service, have proven that success is a byproduct of hard work, humility, faith, and even in the darkest days. On behalf of Walter Sisulu University, we thank you for being here tonight. Justice Maya, you have come a long way. I know you way back when we were both students at the then University of Natal. You were my neighbor. Congratulations on your appointment as Deputy Chief Justice. It's well deserved. Advocate Nlukai Toby. Before I come to the advocate, for the first time today, he'll be the last person I acknowledge. Advocate Bozani, I recall one of your earlier conversations in which I expressed my desire to see the WSU Law Clinic become an integral part of the LLB program and extend its reach in terms of providing legal services. And I salute you, sir, for your work so far. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to share something with you. We are in the process of trying to rationalize and consolidate our faculties and our campuses. And we want to reduce our faculties from 12 at least to 7. And initially when this process started, the idea was to move the Faculty of Law from Tata to East London. We had a lot of pushback. And when we first mooted the idea, Professor Advocate Nlukai Toby was the one who was saying this faculty must move to East London. And the reason, I'm sharing secrets now. And the reason, colleagues, I want you to please listen to this one, because it is important. The reason he was arguing for the movement to East London was because he was saying part of the reason we lost our LLB program 5 years ago was because our academics are always in court. It is because our academics cannot balance practice and teaching. And he felt that most of our academics are established here in Umtata. And perhaps if they could be moved to East London, maybe they would have to adjust to a new environment and begin to appreciate the importance of concentrating on teaching and learning. But the idea of moving to East London did not see the light of day. We were now, after listening to the importance of customary law and how we can uplift our communities, especially in rural areas, and mooting the idea of enhancing our customary law endeavors and collaborating with our communities, I must say that I am completely persuaded, Advocate Ngogaitobi, that maybe law should stay here. In addition, I would want to continue my conversation with Advocate Bozani and perhaps commit by mid-year next year to have instituted a chair in customary law. And I'm going to request that Justice Jafta, that if indeed you have moved to fourth year, that you cross the floor and join WSU and become the chair of customary law at WSU. Advocate Ngogaitobi, I am aware that you are not often thanked so far down on the list, especially by myself, but protocol drives where the devil must in this instance. So please excuse me. As the chairperson of Walter Sisulu University Council, your efforts do not go unnoticed. I know that much of your work for the university is done behind the scenes, and as such, you are often an unsung part of our achievements. Here tonight, however, as a notable alumnus of WSU Law, you have time to bask in the light of your own accomplishments, and indeed you have done so earlier on. I want to take this opportunity of thanking everyone responsible for organizing this event. You are proof that WSU can stand by its slogan as a university in pursuit of excellence. As I conclude, again I would like to request via the organizing committee that I and my team be allowed to get the contact details of all the colleagues who delivered lectures or said some few words tonight, because we want to publish these papers as chapters in a book. And I also like to request that if you do not mind, that you please allow us to publish those chapters. We have started to engage a possible publisher to publish a book in honor of Justice Jafta. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for being with us this evening. It's been exhilarating. Please continue to enjoy the evening and good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, our VC, Rosa Sonda. Yes. With the powers vested in me by you, to thank you for the privilege of driving this program. Jabulela kakhulu, dessert will be served. Yeah, phela yami responsibility, but I phela ngitheko. This is the occasion babantu ba interact. That pledging must continue. I will not be responsible from henceforth. Ndiyabulela kakhulu, at least sizanyule la xesha. I officially declare the gathering closed. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Walter Sisulu University Vision 2030 views academic excellence as the dynamic interplay of talent, vision, and creativity born out of a new attitude and a fresh commitment to position the university for excellence.
Currently, we have approximately 133 programs who are undergoing a viability and enhancement exercise.
And having invested in our technological infrastructure to support our blended learning efforts.
Wherein we want to ensure that our programs are not only relevant but are impactful and sustainable. We have, over the years, produced illustrious alumni, some of which are leading members in their society.
Welcome to Walter Sisulu University.
Welcome to Walter Sisulu University.
Welcome to Walter Sisulu University, a university in pursuit of excellence.